Hello, everyone, and welcome to Game D&D. What is this, night 9?
Yep.
Nine
I
nights
believe
of
so.
D&D.
Nighty nighty night night nine.
Now, the last time that our heroes left off, they finally arrived within Ravnica, and they have now started to get into their respective guilds. They ran around with Krinko and his gang underground in order to try and get to these different areas so that they could have their signets, so that they would be well respected enough in Ravnica to go around unscathed. The first to get his signet was actually Kai, and he went to the Boros Legion and he fought some very well worn soldiers. And he proved his valor enough to the Boros Guild that they inducted him. The next one to get their signet was actually Draxus. And Draxus went to the Rakdos Carnival by accident. And he was trying to fight a rather large ogre that had a thing with chains and a very high pain tolerance. And they fought and fought, and eventually Draxus took out his dagger and the fight was stopped, and he was summoned to Rakdos himself, who had a long talk with the gang and finally inducted him into the Rakdos Guild. The next one to prove their worth and join their own guild was Willow, Tralia Willoughby, and she went to the Selesnya Guild, where the Tristani put upon her a challenge to take on a massive lion, a Nemean lion, a fleece mane lion. And she outwitted the lion splendidly. She turned into a mouse, then she levitated the creature off the air and put it into a cradle of dirt. The Tristani then decided, yes, we will have you in our guild. The next one to join their guilds, well, almost, was Miknik, going to the Orzov Guild. He tried to do one of their tests to rend someone's soul that owed money, and he could not bring himself to do it. His ideologies interfered with what they asked to do, and they sent him and the others packing after Kai offered one of his blood coins as payment to get this poor soul released, and also so that Miknik would not have to change his ideals in order to join a guild. So then we went to the Simic Guild, where they fended off terrifically a Krasis, a mutated creature, and they outwitted the foul beast and put it back into a tank. And then they decided, Miknik and Moxie, to join the Simic Guild, respectively, in which, when they were inducted, they both underwent a very uh, familiar practice to the Simic, in which they themselves were put into tanks and mutated. Our little halfling Miknik became basically a Hobbit Spider-Man. He does not know how to fully yet use his powers to the best of his abilities, but with time, he should be able to get a grasp on it. And then Moxie, she got her powers next. Emerging from the tank, she looked around and thought, well, what on earth power did I get? Raising her arms, she found out that she had a membrane that went from her hands down to a part of her leg, and she's basically a tiefling sugar glider now. So she has some form of gliding abilities that she has no idea how to use yet. So we now find our heroes in an interesting beginning to our journey, because they tried to get answers from Momir Vig, one of the pay runes within the city of Ravnica, and the pay rune of the Simic Guild, handing him the uh, remnants that they had left of Ascion. They said, is there anything that you can tell us? Handing him these discarded remnants, he then said, sure, and put them into his mutagen tank. And unknowingly, something started forming. In the tank we saw the skeletal structure of a large draconic figure starting to take form, and green skin starting to wrap back around. And that's where we begin tonight's adventure of D&D Live.
We just told you
So-
that we defeated that dragon. What are you doing?
That thing can kill us all.
Ready
You all
across
see
the-
within the tank the skeletal form and all of the skin growing back around it, and the wings starting to form back as it is curled up, almost like an embryo, within this tank of ooze, just floating there.
I say we walk away.
No,
No, we're not walking away.
we are not leaving a large poisonous dragon in the middle of the Simic Combine.
Okay,
Is-
well, do we know what they're gonna do with it? Because if it's just sitting in the tank, it's not necessarily gonna kill us right now.
Okay, let
I
me
suppose we must wait and see.
impart some wisdom upon you, child. This dragon nearly killed myself, Mick, our friend Leon, and Kai.
Perhaps
we
you should
got
be
lucky.
telling our host this.
Okay, well,
Oh, it is said in plain view of him. Don't you be worried about that.
You see Momir Vig just in
And
awe
again,
in front of the tank. He is just sitting there with his technology just...
So as you
just
can see,
fascinating.
it's true that we fought this dragon.
I can see that.
Now, can you put
However-
it back how it was?
Due to the genetic structure that it has, there is nothing that is linking it to the lineage of Sharlock itself, nor the Herald.
no, we never.
Their
assumed that.
signatures are not the same. This is just a plain green dragon.
Doesn't mean it
As I
couldn't
can
have been
see it.
raised by Sharlock.
Is its
No,
mind
not
not the same as it
necessarily.
was? You could ask it.
It actually hailed from the forests northward toward Brimblewood.
Say what?
That sounds so familiar.
That sounds very familiar. From where?
Brimblewood.
Bremwood doesn't have any dragons.
This one, it's a signature. It's DNA strands. I found pieces of bark and moss that were growing within that region just 2 weeks ago.
That.
Well, that's odd.
Mm,
Is there a chance that this dragon can perhaps
anybody
change
think that
colors?
dragon might have been put there?
All of you, please, at once. I believe the monk was first. What do you wish to know?
I was wondering if there's a chance this dragon changed colors, or perhaps was part of a group.
No, I do not see any indication as such.
we mustn't rule out the idea that Sharlock can turn living things against their own nature.
Well, we already know that. The Herald has turned perfectly passive dragons into violent killers under threat of death. Remember Felgolos?
Even as a. Yes.
Green dragons are quite ferocious, given their very nature. So the fact that this one did attack you would be within the realm of possibility due to the way that it behaves.
Yes,
Quickly.
this one had been.
Quickly, can I ask, is its mind as it was before death, or is it just a bundle of tissue at the moment?
Is it new?
It is trying to reform its neural strands at this current point in time.
Can we make it not reform so it doesn't like wake up and get big and angry and try to kill all of us?
I was unaware that this would actually take place. All that I was trying to see was its genetic structure. The fact that it is starting to reform and went to one of my embryonic tanks is beyond me. I don't
Do
know
you
why
have
that
any
happened.
means of pacification of it?
Disabling
the
it
only thing
physically
that I
and
can
allowing the mind to
possibly do
grow.
right now is keep it within the tank. As long as it is within the tank, it should be subdued for the time being, I would imagine.
A thought
All
occurred.
right. How easy is it for it to get out of the tank? How strong are your tanks? Because this
The
could possibly
embryonic
be a
tanks
problem.
are where we typically grow new types of experiments and creatures, so it's usually able to take quite a beating. So I wouldn't imagine that this creature would have any trouble trying to break free. I don't really see that happening.
A thought occurs.
Hmm.
Would it be possible to stagnate, stymie, stop, whatever, growth, but allow the mind to continue?
Halt
I can
physical
do
growth.
I can do what I can.
The
I can
testimony of
try
one
to
of
stop.
Charlotte's agents might be quite useful.
However, the embryonic stasis that she has gone into, that type of fluid that is in there, I did not choose for her to be in that type of fluid. That is a fluid that starts to regrow every genetic strand that is within the creature itself, all the way down to its neurons.
Do you
Does
not have
anyone
control
else
of the
have-
tank?
Yeah.
I do have control somewhat over the tank. We normally don't stop creations when they are unfolding because we are meant to see how they play out.
I understand your
you may wanna take
curiosity.
Try.
I understand your curiosities, and I respect them fully. Do you have proper communication with anyone and everyone else that has control over this tank?
Everyone in the Simic Combine is all connected together, yes.
Do they all understand the potential threat that this dragon poses?
They will now. I've put you on what I call a goom call. The goom call is able to be seen throughout the entire Simic Combine, so say what you must, and all of my employ will be able to hear you.
If you need to flush this experiment out with the rest of the failed ones, how easy is that to do in the event of something very bad happening?
It depends on if it actually fails.
If
If
it
it fails-
succeeds,
If it succeeds, then it will stay within stasis until I deem it necessary for it to come out.
Moxie,
Okay.
would you care to
Would
If
you
explain?
will-
it is a failed experiment, then it will be disintegrated within the tank due to acids that will be put within it. However, given that it's a green dragon, I would assume I will have to use some other means of disposal because acid will not work on this type of
fire
dragon.
will. I
Explosives
assure you,
seemed-
with this particular individual we have all seen with our own eyes, fire works best.
All right, I'll trust the science guy, guys, but I'm on edge and I'm tense about
Draxus,
this.
Draxus, you may sit down and calm your non-existent tits.
Give the people with knowledge of the encounter a chance to speak.
Yes, you can stop flailing your hands about and acting like a panicked 5-year-old.
Okay. As long as it's not gonna kill all of us right here, right now. All right.
It very well could,
But we're
but that
prepared.
is.
We're
Yes.
trying to address that.
Okay.
Be prepared to have vents flush poisonous gas into a safe container of some kind. That is her favored method of attack.
Toxic flammable gas.
Yes,
Yes.
it is highly flammable.
Yes.
Highly flammable. Tiniest spark.
I will
Fireball.
do what I can.
Just so that way you can cordon it off and neutralize as necessary. The way we got rid of it last time was I used an electrical spell and didn't realize it was flammable, and then it created a large fireball.
This dragon is rather young. It's a rather young female.
Yes, she is.
How young?
But she's not even fully grown. I would call her a young adult.
So an angry yearling then.
She is well sized for her age. I would
Another still living individual mentioned that she has a very foul temper. So
Which we have witnessed firsthand.
we have witnessed that temper, but we did get it confirmed by another who knew her personally.
This is not off kilter for these types of dragons. They're quite common, especially within forest regions.
This one in particular tried to destroy the mother tree and aspired to the Council of Cinders. Sorry, Court of Cinders.
Of cinders.
Court.
Interesting. I would normally ask for proof of these things. However, the tests are still being ran. I will see if she has any pages or anything that links her to the mother tree that is still residually within her DNA on her claws or anything like that.
I
If
should
you
hope so.
have
Several
any,
documents went missing around the time she arrived.
if you have any way of contacting spellcasters in Shimmerberry, you might be able to reach Calabraxis in the mother tree itself, and he can tell you.
I can do what I can to see if I can reach out to that area if that is what you all so desire. However,
You
I
may
do
find
find
conversation with him quite enlightening.
I do find this curious, primarily for the reason as to why I do not know that she went into that embryonic tank in the first place.
That is
That is
I
quite
haven't a
strange.
clue.
that is why I
You don't
asked
know.
if you knew or not knew if you were in communication with everyone who had control over the tank to begin with.
Might someone have rerouted it with the intent to grow her and release her again?
I can
It is
try
possible.
I can try to run a diagnostics check and see if there is anything that gives that possibility credence.
Well, whatever happens, if she has grown, if she is restored, she must not be released.
Well, she shouldn't be getting out of there unless it is by my hand.
And we can leave this sealed and in a nice, dark, secluded place for now. That would be nice.
Your all's heart rates are very well increased right now. You seem highly stressed.
She did nearly kill 4 of us in one go.
Yes.
And she attempted to kill the dragon taking care of the mother tree, Calabraxis.
I think it might be best if you all had a rest.
I think it might be best if this abomination was destroyed.
I will
Except
be
Kai,
looking.
that is not
What?
within the bounds of the Combine, and we must respect that, and we will go and rest. We've earned it, yes?
This may not be my guild, but I will still speak my mind.
That's
I'm
fair,
with-
but you are also tired.
I'm with Kai on this. I'm not okay with this. This is
I
a
will
potential problem.
watch her very, very closely, and I will have multiple of my hands that will be watching this creature.
But who will watch
And
them?
if anything should, if she were to try to break out or anything like that, then I will do my best to make sure that does not happen.
What's your purpose with her when she is fully grown?
I would have no intentions with her. It was by solely curiosity that I still have her here right now, and the fact that she is continually growing, and I cannot stop the growing process. Now,
So you're-
if the experiment does fail, then she shall be ejected. If
But
the
it's
experiment
work.
does succeed, then she will remain within stasis and subdued, as far as I can tell.
So you're not going to release her?
I would have no intention of doing so.
You better not.
Very well. I think we
Praxis,
will take you up
hush.
on that rest now.
Yes,
I have
rest be
lived
nice.
for over 589 years. The reason that I would want this creature released, if I wanted to, I would do it now.
I don't
have no
imagine you reached
reason.
that age through carelessness.
You are very correct. Carelessness is not within my intellect.
Not be so proud as to think you are not capable of mistakes. That is all I caution.
The Combine has not seen a horrid outbreak in quite some time, so I don't see anything going wrong with this.
All right, well, you may call us if you require anything.
Absolutely. You all are free to utilize our facility
Thank you.
as you wish.
Could you
There
show
is
us
a-
to?
Yes.
Could you or someone that works with you show us to where we would sleep?
Yes, I will have my assistant do so. Iglaf, please, show them to where they need to be. Of course, yes, yes. Everyone, do come with me. You see a smaller individual that you met coming into the Simic Combine, and he's on some kind of futuristic-y looking Segway, and his smaller body is perched on top. Yeah, if everyone would come with me, please, yes.
What an odd contraption. How does such a thing balance on only 2 wheels?
Fascinating. What a fascinating contraption. I imagine it takes quite a lot of balance.
The motor center within it and gravity. Yes.
I briskly keep pace.
Yes,
Same.
I briskly attempt to keep
He
pace.
takes you all to the base equivalent of a lounge area that has multiple couches, quote unquote, that are strewn about, and tables, and they actually have some machines that look like they dole out water and things like that. Oh, do enjoy your stay with us.
We're all
Thank
sleeping
you.
in the same
This
room?
is-
I mean,
This is all that we really have at the
No.
moment.
I mean,
Who snores?
not me.
I don't snore.
I don't snore.
I imagine most of us would not be aware if we did. Why do I feel like we are specimens in a cage?
Yes.
Okay, I actually, yeah. So don't you guys just think it's a little, maybe just a little weird that, there's this giant super duper dangerous dragon that's, basically right on the next downstairs floor, and
This
they're telling,
dragon, just so that you are aware, is quite a young dragon. It's not very large.
This
Right.
is
In
not
regard
a large
to
dragon.
how big it can get. And the ones that are out there in the forests roaming are probably much bigger than this one.
Besides,
Wonderful.
it
I'll
occurs
go
to me,
now.
Draxus, you would do well to calm yourself. We've beaten her before, and now we have your spellcasting with us.
That's
I'm
right.
sure it'll
Well,
be
We have
even
Charlia.
easier.
I'm just saying, don't you guys think it's weird that they got this dragon that almost killed some of you guys right below us, and they're like,
Oh.
"Oh, here, howdy do, sleep the night." Like,
Oh, absolutely.
Most
No,
But after
definitely.
after
Not
that parrot
really.
creature that we faced, I'm sure this isn't the strangest thing that this facility has seen. And as such, we've already spoken our piece. They've made the decision, so we must abide by it.
And you must shut your trap before someone beats you over
Moxie!
I just
Okay,
can't.
well, if you are going to continue to argue amongst yourselves, then I guess I will show my way out.
Please
we would
do,
hardly
if you're
argue with our
arguing
host,
on.
would we?
I do
Thank you.
apologize for intruding on your private conversations. Well,
You're
goodbye.
fine. Bye
As
bye.
he closes the doors, they go, and you see that the windows that you have start to dim. They are tinted.
This is a
So
very,
you all are.
Very fascinating.
very
Is that to keep us
magical
from
room.
seeing out, or they from seeing in?
I
I
think
can't-
It's
that's
just
to
to
aid
give the
sleep.
facade of sunset, of a dimming day.
I can't
think
help
that's
but
to
feel
aid
like
with
we're in a
sleep.
trap.
Can I
No,
send?
this is just how they work.
All right, you
I
know what,
mean-
Okay.
Draxus? Let's say we are in a trap. Let's say that we're stuck here. What are
Right.
you gonna do about it?
I'm not exactly sure. I guess what I'm trying to say is that something doesn't seem.
I
Something
fully
seems
understand,
off.
Seems
but
right.
let's get some rest.
Tralia, what were you saying?
So can I sense any type of cameras or electronic devices?
Roll a d20, please.
I would say probably absolutely, because of the sort of frickin' facility we're in. This feels like we're in a giant hamster cage.
I can't tell if
mean,
it's a 9 or a 6.
then again, I grew up in an orphanage, sleeping in a room of
That's a
like
nine.
Where's the
10
dot?
kids.
Okay.
No, you do not sense any kind of camera technology or anything like that.
I guess I'm accustomed to sleeping arrangements like this because I'm also used to orcs that snore very loudly, so I sleep through quite a lot of loud noises.
Draxus,
And
I think
something like this is not terrible.
Draxus, I think I have something which may put your mind at ease.
Go.
Miknik, Moxie are 2 brand new members to their guild. Do you think they would treat brand new members of their guild by putting them into a trap?
Very true. you raise a very, very good point, Kai. I was just very off put by the large dangerous dragon.
Absolutely, absolutely,
And how nonchalant they were about it.
absolutely, and
Sit.
rightly so. But for now, let's just relax as best we can, and face whatever may come.
You
when it
all
arrives.
are, just for me telling you, you are alone right now. If you want to speak candidly again,
I'm glad you
with
bring
each
that
other.
up.
In-
I do want
Besides-
to mention that right before the dragon was really brought to, I was visited again, or maybe had to visit again with Hex.
He likes to do that, doesn't he?
Yes.
Oh,
I do want to mention real quick that he said that the books are very close by.
oh, oh, very fascinating.
Oh.
Speaking of books, Elenon showed me some very important information.
No! My notes are gone.
Your notes are gone.
Over table, my notes are gone.
Oh no!
Like the file is completely missing.
Like, I have the file that I wrote the notes in, but it is not the version of it that I last saw.
Wonderful.
It has reverted, so I'm gonna have to go off of memory for this one.
You go as best as you can, and I will fill in what you do not remember.
Okay.
So, I'm going to need to speak to Momir again once we've had some rest and I have a longer tether on my patience about something we can activate to defend the city against a, shall I say, lesser attack. It certainly would not hold off Sharlock himself, but as I remember, it would hold off lesser individuals. And I would need to see a star map to map this correctly, but there is a comet that passes through a certain area of the sky that Sharlock either wanted and has, or wants access to again. And we need to either stop him getting hold of it or access it ourselves before he can. And Aeon may be up to his old tricks again. That's about what I remember, because this all happened in the nanosecond before we saw dragon slime.
Nick, you said you got a nice visit from Hex.
If there is such a thing.
What did he say exactly, out of curiosity?
Well, as I already
Probably all
said,
manner
he
of
said
cryptic statements.
the books
Mhm.
are a lot closer than we thought. They're not far away, is his wording.
Okay, that's interesting. Hex also came and gave me a nice hi hello.
Okay.
And what did he do to traumatize you?
Mick, is that
well-
all that you have to say?
No, it's not. I just kept getting interrupted.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Young one, you would learn well to let people finish speaking before you begin to do the same.
The
Sorry,
other
I love you.
large thing of importance is he brought to mind the cosmic gift. Apparently, Sharlock wants it. We should probably prevent that, as it is very powerful. A village apparently witnessed a shooting star, and that shooting star is almost definitely the cosmic gift. I do not believe a time was ever mentioned of exactly when that occurred, but
It was.
It was.
Mhm.
Okay, then I don't have that. Was it like mentioned as recent?
Yes.
Okay, so recently that village witnessed said shooting star. And Aeon has witnessed the cosmic gift from the skies. Elenon apparently viewed it from this very compound.
Interesting.
Okay, was there anything else Hex had to say to you?
Not that I can remember.
Does Rob and does Draxus and Rob know fully who Elenon or any of these individuals are, like Aeon and
I figured
people
they
like
would
that?
be revealed over table. I figured that they would be revealed probably the next session or two, unless they're established characters that I don't know they are.
They're
Okay.
they're
They're
a little bit
established.
established. Feel free to
Okay.
ask questions in character, and we will explain. You are more than welcome to treat a conversation as a normal conversation. This isn't
Especially
a show. This is role playing.
also especially given the fact that Draxus wouldn't know the intricacies of these characters like our characters would.
Yep.
Nor Trollia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
both of you can ask questions.
back under table. I also had a visit from Hex. We talked
wait.
about a.
You're under the table? I prefer being on the table for gameplay. Under it means I've had a little too much, you know what I mean?
Or you've got something else going on that I don't want to know about.
Giggity giggity goo.
Yeah, Hex also came by and gave me a nice hi hello. We talked about a lot. I could just show you some of it, and then I pull my tunic aside to reveal a purple stone embedded in my chest.
Oh.
What the hell?
You
The
made a deal with
stone.
him.
Everyone silence. You reveal it? As he shows you through his tunic, his chest, you see his skin is completely twisted and contorted around this purple fragmented stone, that of a deep amethyst color. And it is slightly, as it is revealed, you see it dimly glowing.
Yeah, he didn't really tell me much about it, which was not appreciated. I don't know why this is here. It's very new. I just figured you guys might.
You seem awfully nonplussed about its presence.
I also had a vision. I saw Zethros. Now, who exactly is this character named Zethros I saw?
Not familiar. Though
They wouldn't know.
I do
Oh,
have
okay.
a 19 to detect any kind of magic coming from that stone. Can
You
I
sense
discern it?
a ridiculous amount of magical
I bet-
arcane energy.
Any
I bet
kind
even
of
I
origin?
sense the magic coming from it.
Can I
The
discern an origin?
origin is it's arcane. It's very arcane, very old.
Well, for being such a young sprig of a child, that is a very old piece of magic stuck in you.
I don't remember this being here a week ago.
Do you remember it being there yesterday?
Oh, wow.
No. I don't remember this being here at all. This is brand new.
Interesting.
That's fascinating.
So, yes, there
You
was
are-
this man named Zethros holding my dagger. Does
Might
Zethros
have
ring a bell to anybody?
Might have been the previous owner. Who knows?
Okay. He was also talking to a man named Thelmore. Does anybody know a Thelmore?
Thelmore.
Felmore,
Sounds familiar.
yes.
It
That's
does sound
because
familiar.
Kai, you know Felmore
Felmore.
very well.
Okay, is it Thelmore or Thelmore?
Felmore,
Felmore.
yeah.
Okay, Thelmore. Sorry, type.
Yeah, Kai knows this very well.
Elmore. Funny you should mention him. I had forgotten in the excitement, but I heard from him as well.
What did he have to say to you?
Miknik, Moxie, you may recall the monk from my past visions. It is
Yes.
Felmore. He introduced himself to me. He somehow managed to free himself from the binds of the shadow presence that I saw him in our last vision, though he did not manage to say how. He said there was something occurring that I needed to see, and he did not spend much time with me.
Yeah, everybody excuse me and Trollia for a moment. We're going to have to... You all keep talking.
Mm.
And she's just like, you make me get up. Oh my goodness. Making me get up out my chair, dang it. So, what did Fillmore have to say?
Belmore sent me on an astral trip, or perhaps showed me a vision of something that seems to be currently happening. He showed
Oh?
me the Herald crawling into a cavern, a massive cavern, size of a coliseum, lined with people, who I could not quite make out. Centered on a throne, with a figure wreathed in fire, who I believe to be Sharlock, in his weakened form. He looked
Makes
immensely powerful, but nothing like the legends and nothing like in my past visions. But I'm sure he's growing stronger.
I've been advised to keep an eye on what he might have going on in the city of Ravnica.
The
Because
Herald
they're...
whispered to Sharlock, who in return sent him to fetch something, certain artifacts from the ancient times. I am not sure what, but they are pieces of something. The what is the term he used? The Etherean Hunters. I know not what they are, but they do not sound promising.
Belmore and Zethros were discussing in my vision. Belmore had asked Zethros what he had gathered as he was holding my dagger, but I do not recall what he said. However, Thelmore did mention the cosmic gift.
We have a connection.
Said that Sharlock wants it.
Okay.
Then I had this vision of a mysterious robed figure named Aeon in a cave. He said he knew what Sharlock was doing. There was this purple black ooze all on the bottom of the cave, and Aeon exclaimed, "Now rise in the name of Sharlock." And this skeletal dragon-looking creature slowly rose from it, slowly gaining skin and muscle, and I felt a pain in my chest. It stared me directly in the face, and it made the stone in my chest glow.
Oh boy. That doesn't lend well.
That's not even the best part yet.
Oh no.
No, do go on. Please continue. It sounds absolutely harrowing.
And the dragon thing in front of me, it phased away, and all I heard was a voice saying, "I will find you."
I will
Yes, is there
find
anything else?
you?
Please continue.
That's it. That
Oh!
was it.
Oh, very well. You're finished now. Now, may
Yes.
others continue speaking in a natural flow of conversation? Because
Yes.
I realize you had more to say, but you did not have to interrupt.
I apologize. Video lag do be hard. Sorry.
Anyway, I forget where I was. What was I talking about?
Belmore knew Zephyros. Mentioned something about the cave. The Herald spoke something fetching a set of items.
Yes.
I believe that's where you were.
Yes, Sharlock ordered his herald to fetch the Etherean hunter. No,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no, they summoned someone.
Yes.
What was his name? It
Continue.
started with an R, I think.
No, you're wrong.
No. What was
Are
his name?
wrong.
I cannot remember.
Kelbrash.
Kelbrash. Kelbrash.
Kelbrash.
Kelbrash.
Hellbrush?
Kelbrash was a long, spindly thing.
Hmm.
He was ordered to find the Etherean hunters, to retrieve them from the places they were kept, in containers of some kind, one being in this city, one being very close to where we are. And that was all I managed to see that I recall before I was taken back in front of Felmore. It was then that I asked about his chains. But before he could respond, he was taken. An arm grabbed him and pulled him away, and I tried to save him, but the same hand grabbed me and pulled out, and I saw Kelbrash, and he saw me. We are being hunted.
That
Us
does
and
not
everyone
seem
born
peaceful.
under the Red Moon.
There was something that Kelbrash said to you that you forgot to say.
Right. He said, found you.
2 words.
He said, found you. He knows where we are. We do not have time to waste.
Oh, that's gonna be fun
Funny,
to
lots
sleep
of things
on.
are trying to find us.
Yes,
No
apparently.
This
That with what young Draxus was saying. Well, with everything, it's very concerning. Moxie, you sounded like you had more as well.
this is something I've been hiding quite deliberately because I didn't think it mattered terribly much, but this is going to sound very stupid. I have a voice that lives in my mind, sees everything that I see, hears everything that I hear, apparently. It has said one phrase to me as long as I've been hearing it, and part of it is I guess it translates to I found you, and then it addresses me by something. But I can't figure out what the last word is, and I'm having a very hard time finding anyone that speaks the language. It's driving me insane.
It says I found you.
Or I find, and I think the actual translation is I found you.
Is it
And
found
I
or
don't
will
know how
find?
it's no, just that it was 4 words. First word is I, second is find, third is you, and then there's a pause as if addressing an individual. I have not found out what the form of address is.
Odd.
As you can
Something
imagine,
knows. I'm sorry, continue.
something has been trying to find me, and it's a very familiar presence to me.
Something has been trying to find us. Apparently, you're right.
I worship a deity called the Void. It is a god of shadow and madness.
Under normal circumstances, I would say it has to do more with your deity or even maybe your father. However, given Kai's interaction, it seems possible that it has more to do with our blood.
Does the name Kelbrash mean anything to you?
The Void is also called the Mad One. Whether or not the Mad One translates to Kelbrash in any known language, I don't know.
Perhaps the description. Long legs, very spindly, very tall.
The Void has no shape.
So probably not.
Probably not, because every time my master speaks to me, I am stuck in one position. I cannot move. It is a fully encompassing feeling when my deity speaks to me. Having someone just talk into my mind does not bring on that general sense of I'm being held by a god.
Yeah.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Blessings upon the dungeon master.
May I bring you great stories.
Yes.
Well, something
Tralia.
knows we're all here.
Tralia,
That's not
you have been quiet.
hard. Yes, my dear.
A
You
vision
look
has
troubled.
visited all of us. Have you seen anything?
So, as I'm just sitting on the floor, I'm just massaging my feet. Ugh, I'm exhausted, but since you guys are in such a mood of sharing, yes, Hex did visit me. Now, it was really quick. I don't remember much. My brain's slightly dying. But I did find out who was the previous owner of the orb that I carry. Name Nelmara? Nelmara. Yes.
Nelmara.
So
That
apparently,
name is familiar to Mick, Moxie, and Toll, because you read of that name within the original book.
Kai.
Right.
Oh, what did I say?
You said my
Some-
handle.
Something
Hey, look.
that was not Kai.
Hey, look, I've been drinking. Continue.
Oh, shame.
so Nelmara was obviously the previous owner of the orb. And then there was this dude, some random person,
Aeon.
Aeon, was siphoning energy out of it. Kind of like, who was the
Kind
person
of.
that siphoned our memories away? Who was that?
Hex.
Was that Hex that siphoned the memories?
That was
Yes.
Out of the orb, yes. He then
Yes.
consumed them.
Aaron.
What Thane?
Was siphoning similar to the way Hex did. But that's all I can remember.
I'm sorry to
I'm tired.
interrupt. I don't know if you guys are seeing any loss of quality in the video call from me or Izzy.
No, it looks fine.
Okay.
No,
You guys
looks
look
fine.
like you normally do.
YouTube and Twitch are both reporting that we're not getting enough video to maintain smooth streaming, that our connection is unstable.
I mean, frame
However,
rate has dropped, but
we are still recording this, so we're not losing any information, and I'll be sure to upload this to YouTube. Our viewers,
Okay.
I apologize for any lack of stability. We do try to maintain a high frame rate, but sometimes the ISP decides that we're just not going to do very well today.
yeah, we seem to be at like 20 frames per second.
We'll
I
do
mean,
our
the
best to
audio is-
recover,
Apparently,
But
but
audio is good.
worst case,
the
you can
Weather
catch the
Channel
VOD.
is reporting inclement weather approaching that could be affecting us here. In the Thane Vim household. Could be affecting us.
Yeah, it's supposed to storm here too.
So
Yeah.
we'll do our best to keep things going smoothly. Worst case, catch the VOD on the YouTube playlist that is currently on the screen as well. It's a little tiny link. Anyways,
Check it out. There's some great stuff in there, guys.
that's
If
right.
someone loses power, I'll just cast dancing lights. Good.
So many people will type out the. Nah, never mind.
Anyways,
Negative
So,
Nancy
yeah.
over here.
we'll keep things going. Hopefully things clear up, and yeah, here we go.
Back into what you were saying, Tralia.
No, that's it. That's all I can remember.
Okay. So now what do we make of this?
You need to know who Aeon is. And
Aeon.
It's also
Is
worth
it-
noting, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, Aeon was wearing a robe made out of dragon scales. I'm not sure if that's important, but I don't know a lot of the people that wear those, so...
it may
That
not
is
be
important.
but it is impressive.
It is very impressive. Aeon is the betrayer of the original group who sealed Sharlock the first time.
As best we understand it. We do not have any corroborating
He-
evidence. This is just as Calabraxis informed us.
Well, it would make
Yes.
sense given that Aeon was tracking the cosmic gift.
And he originally had been against Sharlock and then later changed sides.
Guys, do you think maybe the cosmic gift has something to do with why the green dragon was acting out of character like the science guy said it was?
The green dragon is not acting out of character.
Oh.
Green
Well, who
dragons
said it
are
was?
naturally foul-tempered and aggressive.
We need to
Oh.
let you know more about what we've experienced because it seems to be affecting all of us, especially with my revelation that they are now hunting anyone born under the red moon, which includes everyone here.
Yep.
Since the Herald's release, he has been scouring the landscape for dragons, forcing them into his employ and sending them to attack and level cities and towns in important strategic locations across all of name of
There is
country
no-
we're in.
There's
Insert name here.
Thera Teal.
There we go. Yeah. So he's been sending his dragons to strategic locations all over Theratil. He sent them to Shimmerberry to try and destroy the Mother Tree, the single greatest collection of knowledge in the entirety
Entire
of
continent.
Theratil.
Midas the Gold Dragon has single-handedly turned Timbervale into one giant, mass of molten gold with a throne made out of the giant tree in the middle of the town. That wasn't a pleasant smell.
Does anybody
only
think
reason-
maybe... I'm sorry, go ahead.
The only reason Shimmerberry wasn't flattened is because we encountered his forward scout, a young dragon whelp named Felgalos, who was wholly innocent. And we managed to convince him to become a guardian of the town, and we managed to get the shields up in time to stop the advance. We don't even know who attacked. We managed to stop them. This dragon in the cell downstairs is the agent that infiltrated the council in Shimmerberry, who we fought outside the chambers of a dragon no one even knew was under the Mother Tree helping maintain it, Calabraxis.
Is it sentient?
Of course, it's sentient.
Can it speak in some way, shape, or be it
All
telepathically? or-
all dragons are sentient and can at least verbally speak. Now,
Oh,
there are
okay.
certain kinds of dragons that speak in other ways, but most of them, yes, if not all dragons are sentient, intelligent creatures.
Most dragons speak two languages. They speak Draconic and they speak Common, which is English.
Oh, I was just about to ask that. So yeah, over table dragons mostly speak common.
They
Can.
speak Common and Draconic. Their primary language is Draconic, but they've been within living for so long that they speak a multitude of languages, especially those that are elder dragons that have lived much longer lives. Depending on where they live, they can speak those two languages, if not more.
Right. That's what I meant by sentient. Bad word choice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So knowing
Sentience-
that,
Yeah, different.
yeah.
It never
No,
fails
it-
to fascinate me how, Drowling, how you grew up with such affluence and yet have so little knowledge of the world.
I never left Blind Karen, so I think that might
I
have
never left a
some small
monastery.
thing to do with it.
And even I'm aware.
My dad did keep me in the house basically my whole life. In my
That- Fair.
So now I can't help but wonder, does this dragon have any information that could help us?
Which dragon are you referring to? The green
One-
dragon downstairs or the one
Yes.
under the mother tree?
The green dragon downstairs.
Almost
No.
certainly. The question is whether she would share it willingly.
She would
And-
not. I
oh.
think she would sooner. I think she would sooner find a way to kill herself than to do that, or kill us first and then die trying, as she did last time.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how angry is this dragon?
At
10.
the moment, probably 0 because her mental faculties haven't fully developed. But once she's back,
If she
you-
remembers us, 11.
She won't
Yes.
remember. She won't remember me.
That does not mean a thing. She
Yeah,
will
that
that
did
attempt
not
to
know
kill you
us.
slot
anyway.
unless you're going to be the
Ah.
only one present.
I
Which,
see.
and
She
even then, you will very likely die anyway.
will
yeah,
attempt to kill me anyway. Okay,
you
so
will
Oh,
be
she
no,
snapped
she just
twigged.
will.
so she just see kill. That's
You know what?
See,
I
kill.
never,
I
okay,
take it
never
back.
mind.
We may be exaggerating. I did exacerbate our last conversation with her by striking her in the face with my bow staff.
And you did break off her horn, which she was most egregiously upset about.
No, that was Miknik. I just picked it up.
Oh, I thought that had been you. No, you're the one who caved in her rib cage. That's right.
Yes,
I'll
and then
tell you-
Miknik shot her through the eyes.
The science guys, if they know how to telepathically talk to her, they would be able to do it. There has
If
to be
they had-
something.
in theory, and if the dragon is willing, or they choose to overpower the dragon, which, I mean,
It's not likely.
it's possible, but yeah, as Moxie just said, it's not likely.
I think we have a possible method to get some very important information here, even though it may be a bit of a help.
That's what
I
I was-
don't think, if I know where your mind is going, I don't think any of us in this combine possess the lack of scruples that it would take to force that information out of a fellow living thing.
I mean, they did turn a parrot into a giant sentient crab monster.
I was going
Ralia,
to
what were you
say-
saying?
I was letting them finish. It's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Trolley, you had something? Hopefully more important. We're just speculating at the moment.
Oh no, over the table. Can my character commune with her master through spirit, or is that not in my race category?
You can do that, yeah.
Is that something we'd have to do off camera, or can we? Like, I don't want to make it awkward.
No,
because-
you can try to do it right now. You
Yeah, we-
just have to basically
If
commune with
we-
nature and spirit. So you'll have to go into a meditative state, but yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
So you'll go to a corner and meditate, basically. It's what I
Yeah,
did
okay,
on a
so-
previous session.
I
Is that what you are doing?
Yes, I'm flopping in a corner.
Okay.
Trolley, I see you readying to meditate. You should know before going in there. I believe we have a connection to that blue dragon that you spoke of that set you on your journey. I believe it's connected to the Herald and everything that we've experienced so far.
Wait, you guys said you haven't seen a blue dragon.
We haven't, but we have seen dragons mobilizing across the entire land. The blue dragon is surely one of the Herald's minions.
Yes, I would assume so.
So in order to stop the devastation that befell your home and every other home that we know of across the land, You should travel with us. I mean, obviously, continue to.
I
Right.
think we should
I
ask
feel like
them.
I had something more important I was trying to say, and it just fell apart as it came out of my mouth. But I hope you
You
understand.
have plenty of time to think of it, my friend.
Well, as they're talking, I'm literally just over there, just trying to like flatten my brain.
I just wanted to make sure she had that to consider while meditating so that she could present that to whoever she's
If
communing
we
with.
are done with this, I'm going to just probably collapse on one of these fairly nice looking things that you sit upon or sleep upon. I don't care. I'm going to sleep. You boys can argue dragons and all of this shit until the wee hours of the morning. I'm going to sleep.
I think we said all we can about dragons,
And
but
I
perhaps
do this very dramatic, just face forward, flop, collapse, out in 5 seconds.
are you done?
Tralia, as you are meditating,
I'm going to go to that
your
refreshments area.
hands are on the ground, and you're sending your druidic vibrations throughout the earth and trying to communicate with the spirit realm.
Mhm.
And a voice starts reaching out to you that is familiar. Hello, young one.
Master, it's so nice to hear your voice. Civilization.
Yes, child. It is good to hear your voice as well.
How is everyone in Bramblewood faring right now?
Scared. They are quite scared right now. All of the forest creatures are trying to seek refuge. With others, I'm doing my best.
Has the fires tamed?
We are doing our best. They are much more tame than what they were, but many creatures have lost their homes. And there are many others that have lost their lives.
Well, I'm doing my part to find answers, but I have a question for you.
Yes.
Have you heard of a dragon named Ascion?
Yeah, her name rings a bell. Yes.
Do you recall any specifics? It's a green dragon.
She was a very quick-tempered young dragon. She was always getting into trouble, as far as I remember.
So she did live in...
However, I've lost touch with her life essence.
Yes, that's another story. So she was originated in a part of the forest?
Yes. Her parents are as well.
I thought we didn't have any dragons in Bramblewood or Humbleheart.
I tried to keep that knowledge from you because I did not want you to be interacting with creatures that could kill those that you loved so much. I thought when you got of age that I would teach you more about the more dangerous creatures that lived within our forest. However, that blue dragon coming, it cut our time short.
So a rumor that that blue dragon is part of the Court of Simbers. Do you think that that has anything valid to it?
Yes, I do. I've never seen that big of a blue dragon before. It was rather large, and it had a foul aura that surrounded it.
But you didn't recognize it?
He sits there for a second. I maybe remember. I was a much younger tree, and back then, I vaguely recall seeing its form sitting on a throne. That's about all that I remember.
It's been a long journey. But I am getting answers. The reason I asked about Astion is he's been rebirthed. Dead. Been rebirthed.
Curious. Is it dark magic?
More of a science. Mm.
I don't believe in science.
Me neither.
Sounds like a bunch of poppycock to me. People thinking they can control things without magic. Balderdash.
Well, I won't keep you long, but one last question before I let you rest.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember dragons growing up. What happened to them and why are they gone?
From our part of the forest, they're not necessarily gone as much as they are hidden, more so.
But I would have felt them by now.
The auras are tricky to get a hold of within our part of the woods.
That's all the questions I had for you, Master. Thank you for your time.
Aliha, you will do well, little bee, to keep your senses very widened about you now.
I'm trying. Just keep my friends safe.
I'll do my best. Goodbye, little bee.
Goodbye, Master.
As his spirit dissipates, you come back to, and you are in the Simic Combine with the rest of your group again.
And I just roll over on the floor.
Okay.
She's got the right idea.
Do you
I
understand
too,
what
I too roll over on the floor because I've also had enough adventuring for a day.
Have you listened to a word I said, Draxus?
What?
For the last 5 minutes, I've been explaining about the artifacts that we carry. Have you been ignoring me this entire time?
No, it's time to sleep. Actually, over the table, I don't think we've slept since I've joined. I actually don't think our characters slept.
Yeah,
I
we
swear,
haven't.
but-
I mean,
Yeah,
Not yet. No.
I
it's only
walked
been a
straight
day since we
over.
got into Ravnica.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought a lot more in-game time has passed on.
I mean,
Anyway.
we have done a lot.
Anyway, yes, I listened. It's sleepy time.
I don't know if this was picked up, I have been raiding the dispensers.
Over the table, Thane, you've basically been raiding the vending machines?
Yes.
Is that what you've been
Yes.
Okay, roll a d6 for me.
Watch, you end up with some packet of some caramelized coca leaves or something.
I wouldn't trust anything in the dispensers. If I had noticed, I probably would have said something.
I mean, I just said caramelized coca leaves. If anyone who ends up watching this stream knows the
It's a
reference,
5.
comment on the stream.
5. You get 5 capsules that come out. And those capsules come out. You have 5 of them now. And then you can also get some water or whatever that you would like.
Would Iron Falls have had anything like this before?
This type of lounge room?
The capsules specifically.
No, not at
So
all.
Micknick wouldn't Okay. I
No.
pick one up and bite. I try to
You
bite
bite
into
it, and as you bite into it, you get the entire flavor profile of a fish dinner. Mashed potatoes, you got like salmon that's in there, you've got some other side dishes. You get an entire mouthful of tons of flavors that are all coming one by one and then repeating themselves so that you're tasting it over and over again, and it is fantastic. You
Y'all,
also,
you gotta
as soon
try
as you
this.
swallow it, you feel full.
Wow. Y'all gotta try this.
It's what? What is it?
These things that came out of pellets of some sort. I just had an entire 5-course meal.
Oh no.
I also
Over
raid the
table
machine.
because
How
So
big
you
are
I'm
these?
wake up
asleep. I don't
to
care.
rave the machine.
How big are these things?
What, the capsules?
Yeah.
About this big.
Are they like gel caps or?
They're like gel caps, yes.
Okay, then I suppose I will take and try one.
Yes,
I'm-
I also wake up because I hear Mick going on about his 5-course pill dinner.
As you all
You
bite
hear
into
a
it,
disgruntled groan and see me very lazily try to give somebody the finger, and I'm pointing the wrong direction, and then I collapse.
I give her a caplet as she has her hand up.
I slightly roll over and like, throw one to me.
Here.
So now you pay attention.
I go ahead and eat it in my very dazed, half asleep
Food,
state.
Kai, the universal language.
as everybody eats their capsule, they are getting hit with tons of different flavors, different dishes, chicken dinners, turkey dinners, the same salmon dinners, and you're getting full course meals. And as you swallow it, you become full and very, very nourished.
I try and wave the machine again to get more so I can, like, put it away in my sack.
Roll a d6 for me.
I do not understand this. I don't think I've ever been this
That's
well
another
fed in my
5.
life.
You get another 5 caplets, and then you see that the machine goes, zzz, and you see like a minus sign right now.
Well, I guess that may be all that I get. That'll
Is
be
there
good
another
to have
machine?
for
Is there
later.
another machine in the room?
No,
Shit.
That's okay.
there is a water machine.
Ow! I
I
want
have
my
put
pill
this
meals.
in my bag. We will have meals aplenty for later.
You know what? Out of curiosity, I'm gonna try the water.
Okay.
Oh, God, here we go.
How much of the water?
Not much.
Not much.
Not much.
You need
I
to
mean,
be
I-
extremely specific. How much?
I assume there's a container nearby.
Yes.
What size container?
It's
What
a
am I saying?
normal. Think like solo cup size,
Okay.
but it's a very. You've never seen this kind of. It's like a steel and glass mixture type of goblet that they have for drinks.
So like a martini shaker. So
Yeah,
what I'm
pretty
gonna,
much.
I'm assuming that this dispenses at pretty much your standard water fountain rate. So I'm just gonna let it drip out for like a second and then take a mouthful.
Okay, roll a d6 for me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. What have they done to me? What have they done to me? I'm gonna find out soon, and then we'll clear the room. D6, unlock. That's a 1.
That's a 1.
That is a 1.
As you take a sip of this drink and it hits your tongue, you start to taste something that is very foul, like dead fish.
I do not recommend the water.
Kai, what's that
Perhaps
smell?
that water wasn't meant for drinking?
Out of curiosity, I take another sip.
Roll a d6.
Well,
Ew,
scientific
is this
method,
like
I guess.
Atheon's filtered?
Yeah.
It's filtered water. It's like
Ugh. Gross. No.
6.
A 6?
Yep.
As you take a sip of it, you get hints of a very fine wine.
Interesting. Nick, if this isn't for drinking, I can't imagine what it would be for because it tastes of wine.
What?
But you just said it
You
tasted
just
horrible.
a moment ago said it tasted, well, disgusting.
I don't know what changed. Yeah, try.
All right.
Nick, roll a d6.
Now we're just having fun, guys.
Okay. I got it too.
You taste what is like it's not necessarily rotten, but it's just a very sourly turned piece of fruit.
Are you playing a trick on me? This tastes like rotten grapes or something. No, not
What are
grapes.
you guys? What are
The
you guys
watermelon?
doing? Kai, what are you giving everybody?
This water is bizarre. The first taste is foul. The second tasted like wine.
I try a second sip. 3.
As you take another taste, it starts to taste a little bit better, but you still have bitter notes.
I mean, it's better on the second go, but it's certainly no fine wine.
Did I say fine? I'm not familiar with wines. I could only associate it with wine.
I wouldn't associate this taste at all with wine.
Odd. Well,
I-
Put the cup down.
You can keep your strange drink between yourselves.
Well, I'm gonna hit the hay. I think I've had enough of this day.
I shall meditate and then retire as well, I suppose.
In your meditation, are you trying to do anything specific or no?
Nah, just clearing my mind, focusing.
Okay. Are you trying to reach out?
No, just... It's just a ritual, you know?
Are you
Okay.
opening your mind?
I will open my mind, yes. Clearing my mind, trying to ready for sleep. If something should reach out to me, my mind is open to receive it.
Okay. As everybody starts to fall to sleep and Kai is still sitting there and he starts to meditate, you see the staircase again. And atop it, you see a man sitting there meditating. And it is the same one that you know to be Felm.
Elmore. I approach cautiously. Felmore, did you call me here?
Came to me.
Interesting. I did not intend to.
I did not intend for you to be here either.
Before you were pulled away, you were trying to tell me something.
Come closer, my child.
I do.
Come closer.
I come closer, but stay out of arm's reach, cautiously.
I'm going to tell you something. For many
Yes.
eons, this world has been sifting and turning and churning for the time in which my master will return. So nice of you to come. Again, I see your friends are resting. That's fantastic news.
You are Kelbrash.
Yes.
Where are you?
The question is not where am I, but when I'm going to find you.
Do not be coy. You know where we
The
are.
Simic Combine. Let's go. He flicks you out of your and back into your body. Your spirit goes right back into your body.
Awake! Everybody awake!
What? Oh, come on.
Get up!
Mm.
Now! I've had a vision. Kelbrash is on the move.
Kai,
What?
what's going on?
I.
Kelbrash is on the move.
Okay.
How do you know, though? How do you know this?
We don't.
Will you
ask
open
that
your ears,
question.
child? I had a vision. Kelbrash is on the move. He hunts us now.
Okay.
We
Oh,
cannot
boy.
sleep through this. We must prepare. Moxie, wake up.
Can we have coffee first?
Here, have some water.
The wheezing continues for another couple minutes until the chest pain goes away from being woken from REM sleep. Just over table information, she continues coughing and wheezing and going, chest pain, for a couple of minutes.
Well, that's a little more in character than I expected you to go. Given that you slept through the whole water thing, I hand you a glass.
Oh, by the way, everyone is fully rested. Even you being in your meditative state, Kai, you have had a full rest.
That's a 2. I know
Beauty.
what that's going to be, and I spit take it all accidentally directly into Kai's face. Just like,
I don't
Ow!
particularly care. Are you awake
just-
now? There's no time to dilly-dally. Kelbrash, the agent of Sharlock, is on our trail. He is coming here now. We must prepare.
I
Okay.
grab the
Okay.
goblet from Moxie and just take a massive swig of it.
roll.
It's a 1.
It's the rotten fish. It's basically, and the
Oh.
only way that I can tell you of what it's
So what
the taste that you're getting is
exactly are we
Surströmming.
supposed to do about him being here right now?
I don't know. Go find our host and inform him what's happening. Try and ready a defense.
What if they don't
Certainly
believe
not
us?
sent here napping.
That's fine. What if they don't believe us? What do we do?
If they don't believe us, then we prepare on our own. But if they do believe us, we have assistance. Better to ask and fail than to not even try.
Okay. I-
Okay.
Run out of the door, tilting my head around, looking for Simic people.
Moxie, get moving or I shall grab you by the horn and carry you!
I will shove your stick so far up where the sun doesn't shine, you'll
Right,
vomit
let's
it.
go. Come on.
As long as you're motivated.
Here we go.
19 to sense Momir by his
Hang on.
magic.
Tralia is trying to speak.
Sorry,
Sorry.
got a little carried
Yeah.
away. I do that.
Before we go, since you guys are so worried about this green dragon, wouldn't it be better just to break her cage so she can involuntarily die?
That seems
That's
harsh on a
fair.
nature lover. But also, the
That's-
dragon is of no importance right now.
If
This
you're
is
worried
not
about,
about the dragon. I was gonna
And
say
it
this
wouldn't,
isn't.
wouldn't technically be killing her. She
Here's
just
the thing. Kelbrash is on his way here. He is set to release the Etherean hunters, Sharlock's basically his best assassins,
surely somebody
to
has
send them after all of us.
Over
This is an
table.
immediate concern.
Over table, the dragon in the cage, is that friendly with the one that's going to be coming to hunt us, or is it just indifferent, we'll kill?
I would say most likely
no.
completely unaware, but working for the same agency.
Oh,
So
that goes out
not
the
a
window. Okay.
not very likely a potential ally,
Okay, okay.
unless you're
Axion.
like extraordinarily charismatic.
Right.
No, I don't know if I am.
Right, that's right.
What was that, Trelia?
Axion reborn, if caught and acquired back into whatever cinder she was, she could be a big threat that could bite us in the butt later.
Yes.
Yes.
So we'd have to kill her together.
As you all are speaking,
Right.
you hear embryonic tank structurally failing.
No.
I run.
Oh.
I book.
I
full
run.
speed.
Book it, run, not even looking back. Mick better
Embryonic
not
tank
drop those
functionally failing.
Yeah, I don't even say a word. I sprint out too.
Yeah,
Conversation
same.
is
We're gone.
over.
What?
The
What do you mean?
conversation is
We're
over.
all
We are just
booking
going.
it.
To the
We
embryonic
are-
tank.
We are in
What
severe
do I mean by what, dear?
What do you mean by it's failing? I'm
It's
blind.
Go and find out.
unsound.
All we have to go on is the words.
Julia,
We're gonna
we
go
need
take a
you.
look.
Please keep up.
I wanna
At the
go see
moment-
dragon.
At the moment, you're alone in the room. We're gone.
Okay, I go to see the dragon.
That's where they're going, aren't you?
Oh, okay.
Are you all going there?
Yes.
I thought they were
Yes.
running.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
no.
okay, yeah, that's following. Yeah.
As you all go there, you see Momir trying to get people to go. I do say try to stabilize whatever it is, and you see that the the goo inside, and you see that the form of this green dragon is complete. And you see it starting to move around within the fluids. And the eyes, as soon as you all come in, open.
We meet again.
Her piercing yellow eyes dart across the room.
We warned
And
you
she-
about this creature.
She looks at her hands.
Hello again. I can't hear you.
Well, that is because within the embryonic fluid, unless I switch on this device, she cannot speak.
Let her speak.
Maybe you should switch it on.
He flips it on. Hello again.
Not
So
for
you-
long.
So you do remember us.
Of course. How could I forget the ones that killed? It looks like you have some new friends. She shifts in the liquid. What is it exactly that I am in right now?
What
I
you
think
are
it is called
in,
an embryonic tank.
it is responsible for your regeneration.
Interesting. And who created this technology?
I
The
gesture
Simic
to...
Guild.
What's his name?
You point to who?
What's his name?
Momir.
Momir.
What's his name?
I believe he can tell you that. He's standing right
That
here.
my
Best not
name
to
is-
rude.
Is Momir Vig. Yes, very nice to meet you. You are quite an interesting creature indeed. Primarily for the reason that I have no idea how you have come back to life right now. Momir Vig. Noted.
What else do you know?
I know many things.
Do you know Kelbrash?
I don't know what that means.
Do you recognize the term Etherian hunters?
No.
Do you recognize the name Brimblewood?
Yeah,
Great, tell me about it.
that's where I live. My
Really?
parents live there.
And?
We were just like any other normal dragons until the master came back.
You mean the Herald?
Sherlock,
Sharlock. Why do you ally yourself with him?
he is the one true to be ascended.
What does
He
that
will
even mean, ascended?
blanket this world in change that you could not imagine.
You will blanket the world in destruction. I have seen it.
You're a child.
So are you.
You see her shifting as her neck kind of snaps. That felt weird.
I know
What
that
happens
voice.
when you aren't used to having a body?
No.
No, this isn't her anymore.
Oh dear. Hello?
Kelbrash.
Or
I don't
someone
know
else.
what that means. But you see her skull caves in on itself, and you see her skin starts bubbling. Stasis tank imminent failure in 5,
What is happening?
4, 3,
Dying.
2,
Ready fireball.
1. You see the tank.
Don't think your fireball's gonna help
Explosions go
anymore.
everywhere as you see her skeleton. A massive fist goes down on the ground as her skeletal structure starts twisting and turning, and her green scales slough off as a leathery skin takes its place with lines that go through it that start to bioluminescently glow, and her horn that was once there starts transforming into a massive one as she starts to stand up.
That is not Kilbrash.
Nope.
That
The tank
is a mutation.
No, I think this is the hunter.
No.
No?
Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no. Oh dear.
I went off of my shelf for this, guys.
I know that.
Can you hold that up to the camera?
Yeah, turn it the
Oh.
other way.
Yeah. I just want to look at it.
Holy crab balls.
Holy shit.
Oh, wait a second. Is that from Pacific Rim?
Yes, but for
Oh,
you all, it's a mutation.
The kaiju. I love that movie. Hell yeah.
Remember
This
how
is
I
not
told you all that
exactly
there
that,
were
though.
kaiju?
Oh no.
What has science done to Asio?
I'm loving every second of this. This is great.
Momir.
You see
Momir.
that
One
the
thing
the
for-
form of Asion has changed as she's looking at her new form.
Momir!
She now stands from what she once was. Here is her compared to
Yeah.
what she is now. She stands a good, I would say, 30 some odd feet tall now.
You might say this is her second stage evolution.
So,
And then as she lifts her head, the large knife horn that she has now pierces through the Simic ceiling as glass starts shattering down onto you all.
so I'm going to try and say this a third time because I keep getting interrupted. Momir, does this count as a failed experiment?
I have no idea what this is. This is definitely not a failed experiment in my eyes. It's beautiful.
You
Can
need
you
to
continue?
It is
reinforce your
destroying
priorities.
your
It's
facility.
absolutely beautiful. He is just sitting there in awe. I need everyone to roll initiative, please.
I want to
no.
smack Momir in the face and say, either contain it or destroy it.
That is 17 total.
Flip. Ooh. 10.
17 as well.
Okay,
roll
hang
it.
on. Let's go from highest to lowest when everybody rolls theirs, and then just tell me.
I rolled a 14.
I got 10.
You should know what your initiative bonus is by looking at your character sheet there, Draxus.
Mick, what'd you roll? A 7?
15. Sorry, 15.
A what?
Mine is a 4.
A 4.
Ooh.
Okay, so you're definitely last.
Yeah.
Okay, who
That's
had
why I was
highest roll?
staying silent.
I had a 15. 14
So
plus.
I think Tralia had highest
You and I
roll.
both had, no, we both had 17.
I
Who
had
did?
17 total.
Oh, okay. I need you two to roll again, please.
17 again.
Nope. She goes before I do.
Okay. And then what'd you roll, Moxie?
The tiebreaker had ended up being a grand total of 9.
All right. I'll just put you a second. Draxus, what'd you roll?
I rolled a 15.
A 15. All right. And then Kai. And then we have Mick. Okay, so as this large kaiju-esque creature is just now looking at itself, reborn anew, she is still looking around the area, and as she's turning, it's destroying bits of the compound that you all are in as her tail swishes back and forth. And she just starts moving toward the wall, ignoring you all.
Well, we need to stop her, don't we?
Yes.
Really?
Mhm.
All right, Willow, you go first.
No, boy. So she's walking opposite direction than us, correct?
She is walking currently like this way. So she is currently ignoring you all and starting to go toward a wall.
Okay, what are the materials around me based on the building structure? What are they made of?
Steel, glass, stuff like that.
Very laboratory style.
Would mold earth work on man-made objects?
No.
Alright. Okay.
Where you all are currently, well, below you all on the underside, there is a rudimentary earth-like structure that is basically like a little forest area that they keep certain experiments in, and there is dirt
So
there.
it's like a greenhouse under?
It's dirt and grass.
Okay, but it's basically a greenhouse.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a greenhouse.
Alright. I'm gonna do something really stupid. Okay. I'm gonna try and use Mask of the Wild and try to climb up her.
Okay.
Like actually like run up because I'm in the forest. I'm used to climbing trees. I want to see if I can climb up and grab
Okay,
a hold
roll a
of that.
dexterity check for me to see if you make it over to her.
Okay. What's that?
That's a 20.
Plus a 2. So 22.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So you all see Trollia. She just kind of stares around and she puts her hand on the ground and then she instantly starts running off of the skiff
Trollia,
that
what
you
are you
all are
doing?
on. And she jumps up across the skiffway and she is starting to climb. How far do you want to go?
I just want to get like halfway through his body to where I'm able to like latch on, like maybe mid section, like just enough where I'm not on his head, but like not on his butt either, like just mid.
Okay. So you are holding onto one of her her left arm right now as you're starting to try to climb up it, and that's where we will leave off for you right now.
That's fine.
All right.
I
Next
shoot
up
a quick
is
glance at Kai in response to this and say, and I thought Halfling Missile was fantastic.
Question.
yes.
Where Trollia is right now, would Draxus be able to physically see her?
Yes.
Well, would he? Because Mask of the Wild means I'm lightly
Well,
Obscure.
no, the place where you are, like, would I physically be able to see that place?
Oh.
Yes, you can
Okay.
see that place. However, she is kind of camouflaged into, slightly camouflaged into Asion's skin right now, which is that leathery bioluminescent glow.
Okay, that's. I just needed to know if I could see the place. That's all.
Okay.
I know what I'm gonna do.
Moxie, what you gonna do?
There's a lot of anger running in my veins right now. I'm definitely going to run up within range, but not directly in the spot where Trollia is, around the side.
Okay, so coming out here.
Mike,
You need to tell me that.
I didn't
Don't try
want
to motion.
to interrupt you.
Are you wanting to come here?
Or directly in front of her. Either way does not matter to me.
Okay, roll a dexterity check because you are gonna need to. You're not wanting to get on her? You're wanting to get in front of her, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna need to jump off of the skiff area.
I'm probably more than likely just falling off of it at this point because dex check, that's a basic 10.
As you get
Base
to the
10.
edge of the skiff and you start to leap over, your foot kind of catches and you tumble over, but you're in front of her, but you hit the ground. And you're not prone or anything. but you do take 2 damage from falling
Okay.
from that height.
Okay. I then cast Fireball. Straight up. Just straight up at her. Fireball.
Okay.
And that is a check of a dexterity saving throw, which I doubt she's going to be capable of making.
Okay. She does not make the dex save.
That is going to be, oh boy, now I'm going to have to bring up a bunch of d6. Oh, please be kind. Please be kind. I don't see many
You
ones.
see
Okay.
Moxie jump down, fall down in front of her, and she.
That's 32 damage. Fire.
She takes the fireball and hurls it directly where at on Ascion? Whereabouts?
If I'm remembering correctly, that's basically going to be like a flaming uppercut, like right under her jaw.
Okay. So she lands and does a big fireball, and as the fireball comes out, it hits Ascion right in her jaw, and you see her lurch back. And as she does, Tralia is trying to hold on to her arm, and you see that Ascion, where the flames normally hurt her quite horribly, you see that it is not hurting her nearly as bad as it once was. She did take damage, but
Damage
her
reduction.
her skin is different.
No longer. Well, looks like that.
You see that it's slightly singed a little bit, and as she takes that flaming uppercut of a fireball, her horn goes directly into the ceiling and starts slicing the top of it more as shards fall down on to all of you. I need everybody to roll a d20 for me, please.
I believe I got a 13.
I got a 5.
I got
that
a
was
4.
a 2.
Is this
What'd you get, dear?
reflex?
Well,
And McNick, what?
I got a 4. Is this reflex?
Yes, this is reflex.
Oh,
So everybody
that's-
plus your reflexes.
oh.
Oh,
Which
well,
one's
in that case,
reflexes? Which one?
Your
I guess Dex.
reflex.
No, what?
Your dexterity.
Oh, okay. So we
That's a
call it that.
6.
So 15.
Okay, so who rolled the lowest? That was Moxie,
I
McNick,
rolled a 5. So
I have a 7.
Moxie, McNick, and Draxus.
I have a 7.
Tralia is hanging on, and as she's hanging on, she kind of grabs closer to this giant monster, and the glass slides off of Ascion's form and goes, and Kai sees the glass starting to come toward him and pieces of rebar, and he lurches back out of the way with his cane, jumping off of it, getting out of the way, dodging this falling glass as it lands on to Draxus, Moxie, and Mitnick. Pieces of rebar and glass shards start hitting you all as you take you each take 3 damage from the falling shards and stuff like that.
Please try to be more careful.
I'd like to see you do better.
we know you're trying. Good job.
Shut
It
your
is
face.
now Ascion's turn, and she just continues forward. And as she continues forward, you see her lean back and slam her horn into the wall. And the horn is so sharp with its bladed edge that it slices through the wall, and you see it just start crumbling down as Momir Vig is sitting there going, magnificent.
Can't you
Head
do
out of
something?
Your ass, old man! That thing's
Oh, it-
going to destroy the city!
Ignore Momir.
and Asion starts going out toward there. But if you all remember a specific thing about the Simic Combine, on the outer walls, what is there?
Water.
You see water start pouring into the Combine, and it is starting to fill up the bottom layer where Moxie is right now. So Moxie, you were in a good, as soon as she did that, there's a ton of water that's coming in. So you're in a good 10 feet of water right now. Since you are on the lower floor, everybody that's on the skiff, the water is starting to rise, and it's very turbulent. It's taking a lot of the dirt and forest things that were down there, and it's churning it. As Asion starts making her way toward the outer walls right now, she is starting to try to move outward.
Okay. Now, over the table question, because this is going to determine what I do with my turn. Now, Draxus, does he have another dagger on top of the special dagger, or does he only have the special dagger?
I don't know. Do you?
Did you not roll your weapons?
Well, no. The reason I ask is because
That's a no.
no. The reason I ask
Hang
is
on.
because
Hang on. Look in your character's inventory. Look at your inventory on your character sheet. Do you have another dagger?
I do.
There's your answer.
I just wanted to ask because I didn't know if the special dagger was
Sorry,
that
making
dagger.
sure. Is it the same dagger? Or do you
Yes.
have two different daggers?
Yes, I'm wondering if I have two different daggers.
So you only have one dagger on your sheet?
Yes, I only have one single dagger on my sheet.
Then you only have one dagger.
Is it
What is on your sheet is Bible.
Is it the special dagger that you have that is on your sheet?
No, it just says dagger.
Okay. Did you add the special dagger that you have to your sheet?
When you got it.
Did not. So I have one. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so you have, from the way that I am interpreting it, you have two daggers. You have your one special dagger, and then you have a second, just normal, plain old dagger.
Correct.
Okay. There you go.
Monty, can you create a song if we survive this called Baby Player?
So,
I will make something about the wee enchanted ash ball that is Draxus. The enchanted soot ball named Draxus. I will figure that out. Though currently I'm halfway drowning in 10 feet of water. So
Draxus, what are you wanting to do?
I am going to go ahead and cast Misty Step. And I want to cast it to where I'm not sure if I could do this. To where I end up next to where Tralia is on the kaiju.
What's your movement speed?
Movement speed is 30 feet.
Okay. So you're also going to have to make a dexterity check because there is terrain in your way that you are going to try to have to hop over.
What do I roll for a dexterity check?
Your dexterity check.
Well, your D20.
You roll your
That's
D20
what I
plus
was
your
asking.
dexterity check.
Every check, if it's a check, it's 20.
Okay. Dexterity plus 1. So that's a natural 20.
All right. So where are you wanting to go precisely?
Right at its throat, and I want to dig both my special dagger and my normal dagger right into it.
You
So
might
you're
not
wanting-
be able to jump that high.
So you're wanting to try to climb on top of
Where I am or higher?
Asion?
Yeah, where Tralia is, because she's like, on.
Midway.
Okay, then in order to do that, you're going to need to make a second dexterity check because that first dexterity check was to see if you go past the skiff and over the rubble that now she has created.
Okay.
So now you're going to have to make a second one.
Natural 19.
okay then.
All right.
We'll only say natural if it's a 20, by the way.
All right. So now you're up here and you're wanting to go where?
Where I am.
Like yeah, basically just digging my daggers into its throat. That's right.
So you're wanting to go to her throat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's higher. Yeah, you're up on her face.
Ah, I see.
Okay.
Don't
so-
kill her.
Gotta
You
if
see
this-
Oh,
special
shit.
dagger, doesn't he?
That's the best I got.
You
Well,
a
monkey
disappointed
finger.
sigh from yours truly if she
You
were able
see,
to see what you're doing.
You see Draxus just kind of looking around and then goes, and he starts running toward and jumps off the skiff, and he leaps over the rubble with a cartwheel in the air. As he lands on the ground, he goes up and he starts climbing the beast with his daggers as he kind of Naruto run up the leg, and he's right there jabbing both of the daggers into Asion's bottom of her throat area right here.
And I want to dig the special dagger like extra deep in. I don't know if like that.
That doesn't really count.
Oh,
That's
okay.
kind of
I just
right.
don't want to
Okay,
leave
well-
don't want to leave anything on the table.
You see Asion's skin as you start to dig those daggers in. You see her where those yellow lines are start to pulse and glow. And as you dig those daggers in, her blood that starts coming out is starting to eat away at your other dagger. Your special dagger is unfazed, but your other dagger is completely gone now. It is completely corroded, and you are just holding the tip of it now, the handle. You're just holding the handle as you see the molten silver starting to drip off of there, and the blood starts to run down and it hits your leg. And you take, oh boy, you take 8 damage of corrosive. You take 8 corrosive damage. So your leg right now is in a puddle of the blood that's running down her neck and onto her chest. And your right leg, the skin is starting to be eaten away as it's going through your pants.
And I roll to throw the handle with the acid blood into the kaiju's mouth.
You don't have enough moves to do that right now, buddy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I do need you to roll damage for the 2 daggers. So your special dagger, that's going to be 1d6, and then your normal dagger, that's going to be, I believe, 1d4. So roll
Sounds
those
about
two,
right.
please.
Okay, so the D4 is a 1. The D6 is a 1. And then the D4 is a 3.
Okay. So you stuck that in. You see her kind of reach back a little bit, annoyed, and she just continues starting to move forward. All right, next up is Kai. Kai, what are you going to do?
How far away is she?
She is approximately from where you are, I would say a good 28 feet.
Oh, nice. Easy. All right.
Yeah.
Not one to be shown up, the monk decides to leap onto her back, aiming for the spine, and uses ki to attempt 2 flurries of blows, because I can do 1 and then another one with a bonus action using ki.
All right, so you're wanting to go up to where her spinal column would be?
Yeah, weak point. Yeah.
Now, something that I am going to tell you, you can't necessarily see it from the mini. She does have a hard outer shell carapace that is around her spine.
Ah, well then, I should probably
Kind of like
one
a
those-
think like a turtle shell. It's kind of like a turtle shell, but it doesn't fully encompass the entire backside.
All right, then let me reconsider. Can I see any theoretical weak spots?
Underneath the carapace, to the left and to the right, her sides right here are exposed.
All right, then I'll aim for the one on the left, since that's closer.
Okay. So let's roll that dexterity check to
Oh,
make sure that you get over.
Dirty. We have rolling. And we'll stop now. Bloop. Where are you? Oh, it got stuck. Let's try that. Let's try that again. Stop getting stuck on my other die. Oh, would that be dexterity or acrobatics? Because my acrobatics bonus is 4.
We'll call it acrobatics for you at this point. So, okay. So you are able to, as you start leaping over this ledge, you come down to where the rubble is, and you kind of trip over the rubble for a second. You catch yourself on the ground as your fist hits the ground, and you look up, kind of a little out of breath for the moment, because that was a large area of distance that you covered right there. You have a second move. What are you going to do?
Well, I'm much closer now, so I guess since I can't do what I was attempting, I will simply strike from where I am.
Now, you can make another movement to get to where you want to be, but then for the rest of the turn order, you are going to be trying to grapple her.
Yeah, no, I'll just strike from where I am. I don't need to reach that supposed weak point.
The
because-
closest thing that you are to right now would be her tail.
I highly doubt. I mean, I'm strong, but I don't think I'm strong enough to pull back a kaiju. That said, I kind of want to try.
Well,
I
she
mean-
is of what would be considered gargantuan size. So,
Hey, man,
Oh, no.
I literally went for the throat. So
Unless I went a nat 20, I don't think that would work.
You could always go for her leg.
Yeah.
now,
Disable
I will
her.
say that you would probably be able to pull like a large creature, maybe on a perfect D20, a huge, but on a gargantuan creature, I don't think that's going to happen. But
I got it.
okay,
Hamstring.
okay, you can try for it.
All right. 1 to hit. And
I'm
that.
surprised nobody's tried to help Moxie.
Well, I figure
Who's in the
Moxie's a big
water
girl.
right now.
Moxie's a big
I'm
girl.
sorry.
We got
Moxie
bigger problems.
is Moxie is currently drowning, technically. 'Cause I don't
Anyway,
think she knows how to swim. I don't.
17 to hit
Anyway.
for the first flurry. And then using key for the second one, we get another 17. Oh, those are both +5. 22 to hit.
Oh, you definitely hit. Yeah.
Okay, so that is 2 flurry of blows. Let me mark out a key point used. And let me roll the damage. Where are you? There you are. 1d4 plus 3. So we got, where's my d4? There you are. Blip. Get over here. Yar. 4! So that's 7.
Okay. So Kai
Twice.
goes over to where her hamstrings
Oh, 14.
He just you see that key energy starting to flow over his fist as he starts laying into her, and you see her turn around and as she swipes part of the wall that you are near, and rubble starts to fall where you are. Roll a D20 acrobatics check for me.
Acrobatics. Come on. This time it is a 19 total.
You barely move out of the way as 3 large boulders right in front of you. Next up is Miknik on the round.
Can I see Moxie?
Yes, you can see her.
Can I approach her via a wall?
You can go to the side of the skiff, which is kind of like in a mall where you all are overlooking where the escalators are. It's like a glass ledge that you can start seeing
Do
the
I feel
water.
like it would hold
rising.
our weights?
Will what hold your weight?
The skiff.
You can try.
I try.
Okay.
Using
roll a
my
D20 for me.
spider-like abilities, I climb across the side of the skiff to reach Moxie and grab her from the water.
All right. Roll a D20 acrobatics check for me, please.
I can't believe I did max damage. That's a,
That is
Huh?
a 9.
I said I can't believe I did max damage on a double flurry of blows.
12.
You did good, buddy.
Yeah, 14. That ain't bad.
12.
So as you are reaching down to her, you see that the water is starting to churn almost in a whirlpool-like fashion. And one time you miss her as her hand is coming around. You're trying to grab it. Roll another D20 for me. She's whirling around in a whirlpool-like fashion as she's starting to go down.
14.
As she starts coming back around again, you finally grasp onto her hand, and you two are now interlocking. So you have one more movement. What do you want to do?
I try and pull her out of the water with all of my might.
It's going to be a strength check.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Nick falls in. No.
So, do you have any pluses to that, bud?
No. Well, no,
Okay.
no, I don't.
So, as you grab onto Moxie, she locks eyes with you, very thankful, and the whirlpool just starts pulling you, and your newly found powers, you feel the grip of your spider grip you feel the hairs go right back into your hand as you both get sucked out into the whirlpool that is starting to form. You both are currently in some deep water.
Oh, that sucks.
Yes, dear.
When the water came in, I'm suddenly sitting underwater. I did try to pray.
Okay.
Well,
There
Moxie,
was a
if you can't get...
percent okay, you're all gonna laugh at this percent. It came up as a 69.
Okay.
69% on my prayer. I don't know that the void will necessarily do anything to help me, but we'll figure
Nice.
that out.
Heard you.
As you are trying to pray to the void, you hear one word go back, Uraik. And you keep going around in the whirlpool.
I'm guessing that's a no.
It did not listen. for
Hey,
right now.
Mox, if you can't get out of there this turn, Monk's going fishing.
I mean,
Right now,
the
it's
thing
not
is, I
even
also
just
never
Moxie.
figured out whether or not Moxie could swim. What's the
Let me-
problem?
Let me rephrase. If you can't get you guys out of there, Monk's going fishing.
That is a good point. You know Moxie better than anybody. Would she know how to swim?
About that, but she's also probably never been many places where she's had to swim. So if she can float, that's about what she can do.
You know, a lot of cultures teach their children how to swim by just tossing them in.
Considering I was raised in an orphanage in Far Peak where there's probably not a lot of water.
Ooh. I got it. Roll an intuition. If you pass, you can swim.
Moxie,
Figure it out.
Moxie,
What?
gotta put your mic down. There you go.
What?
You gotta put your mic down because you didn't have it down.
I will need Moxie and Mick both to roll a d20 for me.
That was a 14 insight check
going
that I
off
had just made
screen.
prior. That was an 8 on the roll that you asked me to make.
6.
Okay. You both dunk under for a moment, and as you dunk under and the whirlpool is starting to churn, bits and pieces of wood and debris smack against your rib cages, and you take 4 damage each.
Oh man!
And then your heads come back up above the water, gasping for air as you are holding your side, trying to fight the pain.
Have you guys seen The Impossible? This is right out of the beginning of that. If you haven't seen
Next
it,
up
really
on
good
the
movie.
turnaround is going to be Willow. Willow, what you gonna do?
Let me see the creature's face. Like, physically, let me see it.
You and
If you can, I just need to see the structure.
you live here. You know what these look like.
Do you think I've memorized every creature you have?
You
Okay.
also are able to physically go over and look.
There's
I
her
have to open a door and go into the room.
facial structure.
Oh,
Can you
so
see
much
it?
struggle.
Okay, where's its eyes?
Along
those
the
little
carapace. Along
Right
the
there.
carapace here.
Okay, so that's not an eyeball, right? Like, slightly more down.
I think the blue.
No, she does
dots are
not
the
have any
eyeballs.
eyeballs
It
down.
looks like there's a third one, like. right
She
there.
has 1, 2, 3. She has 6 eyes, but they're all along this top carapace right here, going
Right,
into.
where's the furthest one out towards the spike? Where's the furthest one?
It's
Also-
like here.
Okay, cool.
I
Alright.
I have a sneaking suspicion this entire encounter is a distraction.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to rub my hands and cross my fingers that this works. I would like to finish climbing up this creature. Slightly flip, butt down, go up towards the spike, and get my orb out and put it in front of its eyes.
Oh!
Brava! Brava!
Oh, dude, damn.
That is brilliant.
Are you gonna have to get the book out again?
Do I roll for that?
Oh,
No, this
his
is a creature of
face.
my own making.
His
I know
face.
everything, but I'm trying to go through my Rolodex in my head.
Because we all know what the orb does. I want it to
Okay. Roll to climb up to her eye mantle.
I love that
Guys.
the DM's wife keeps making him make that face.
Okay,
Dude,
a
I'm
four-
telling you, she's fucking ridiculous when she plays this game. And she's like, I'm no good at it. I'm no good at it. And then she plays it, and then she's like, fucking coming up with this bullshit. Okay, what are you gonna do?
It's a 14 plus what?
Dexterity.
Your dexterity check, dear.
So that's a +2, so it'd be 16.
All right, you climb up to her mantle. So she keeps climbing up, and you all see that she's not really looking where she's going. She's just kind of jumping off things and using her hands and feet to feel around as she grabs up to the top mantle part on the head, and she is slightly clinging to the other side as she's grabbing out. You said that you wanted to grab the orb out?
Grab the orb out in front of its eye.
Are you looking at the orb?
No. I'm holding this side and I go like that.
Okay. Hang on. I gotta roll a bunch of shit.
I picture you doing something like this. Just one eye open so you're not blind.
No, my both eyes are open. I'm just not directly looking into this creature's eyes. I'm just kind of like.
But you all
yeah.
see her reaching into her satchel, as
Look
she
away!
grabs out the orb.
Yep, yeah, look
And
away.
she grabs out the orb and she's looking away, and she puts it in front of Asion's eye, and you see the one eye that's right there that was fixated on the wall and starting to move toward the city looks at the orb and is transfixed for the moment. Her movement stops to a brief halt as you see the other eyes on the other side of the mantle start dashing around. You see her body trying to decide what it is needing to do.
Omer, contain!
I've bought us some time.
Moxie, it's your turn.
I'm going to just go ahead and assume that it's going to come naturally when she starts trying, so she grabs hold of the halfling as she's prone to do if he's in trouble. Just grab hold by the belt and try to keep him up at the surface.
All right.
Treading water. Not
All right.
necessarily capable of actually getting anywhere, but it's just, you're not drowning today.
You don't
Not
have
on
any
my
abilities
watch.
that could...
Hmm?
You don't have any abilities that could help you out?
No. Not that I'm
I
aware
want
of.
you to roll a d20 to try to fight against the current.
Ah, shit. I'm probably... yeah, no, that's a 5 on dice.
You keep getting sucked into the whirlpool, unfortunately, as you are grabbing onto the halfling and saying, just hold on, and you all continue to keep swirling around. It is now Asion's turn, and now I have to... Oh, hello. How you doing?
Shit.
That's a natural 20 on
Nah.
Asion's part.
Fuck.
Asion looks through her other side. Her entire left side of her body is immobilized right now. But with the right side, you see her eyes, all three of them, on the right side of the mantle of the head, looking off into different directions, trying to decide what to do. And she just, you hear her say, die! As you see,
No!
you see smoke start billowing out of her mouth And as the smoke hits, I want you all to think right now of what is currently going from the outside into the inside.
Water.
Mm-hmm. I want you to
We're
think of the type
literally
of
swimming in it.
I want you to think of the type of chlorine-like explosive gas that she is emitting right now.
So
That
how
is
dead are we?
highly toxic. And I want you to think of what that chemical does when it hits water.
How dead are we?
It creates hydrochloric acid.
How dead are we?
That completely depends on my next few rolls.
How dare y'all?
No, you might be dead from the poisonous gas itself there, love.
Meh.
So as the gas
Oh
that
my
is
God.
billowing from this massive creature starts hitting the water, you see the water starting to get tainted as it starts turning this greenish yellow color. And as it is trying to go outside, it starts rushing back into the inside and is swirling around with the whirlpool that is right there. Those that are on Asion don't really need to worry. Okay, the rest of you guys, though. Fuck me. Okay, so I am so sorry. The water has now turned into hydrochloric acid.
Just that
And,
fast?
huh?
That fast, huh?
She is a gargantuan-sized creature. If she were at least half this size, then I would assume that it probably would take much longer. But with the amount of water that is coming in, mixed with the amount of smoke that she is starting to emit from herself, the immediate reaction would be quite potent. But you all take 10 damage.
All of us.
All of
Does that
No.
mean-
Everybody that is on Asion right now.
So
No.
me and Draxus are safe.
The rest of you, because the gas is starting to rise off of the water, Kai, you are breathing in this toxic fume. And the rest of you that are actually in this acidic compound, you feel it starting to eat away at your armors that you all currently have on you, and you can feel the stinging sensation as it starts touching your skin, and you feel bits of your flesh starting to try to peel away from itself.
So, new priority, Monk's going fishing, and we're getting out of this room.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question about one of my abilities.
I will possibly have an answer for you.
So Misty Step, if I'm making physical contact with somebody, when I cast that, do they teleport with me?
Tell me what the ability does in full.
Pull it up. Step. Briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see.
It says you teleport.
Yeah, it does. Okay, I see.
Now,
That is
however,
localized.
if you are making contact with something, I would imagine that you would probably be able to, if the roll is good enough, if that thing is physically touching you, then maybe that would work. But as it reads,
are
it
Mitnick and
will
Calamax
be
together? Like,
it
are
will
they
be you.
are they right
They-
next to each other in the water?
She said she
Yes.
grabbed him last turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They are currently grappled onto each other.
Okay.
It's your turn, Drax.
Oh, it's my
So,
turn. Okay. Sorry, I
Yeah.
thought somebody else. Okay, so I.
You all thought that a battle with a kaiju would be easy?
Oh, no.
No.
No, by no means.
I just want to keep track of it. So,
Our initial
Guess
reaction
who
is
is
stop it.
also?
Now our
Well-
reaction is get the f*** out.
Guess who's switching guilds after this? Because Momir's gone insane.
I'm
If
gonna
I
have a word.
survive.
I'm gonna have a word with Momir myself. But the important thing right now is, so I angrily throw the hilt of my dead dagger at Asion because I'm pissed. And then I jump off Asion into the water, making sure that I take my special dagger and put it back in my tunic. Now I want to jump right.
When you
on-
jump into
I want to
the
jump right onto
water,
Calamax and Nick. What do I have to do that?
Give me a second, buddy. When you jump into the water, you take 8 damage.
You should stop saying water and start saying acid.
Acid?
You jumped into acid.
So you are jumping into this pool of acid now, and as your face hits it, you feel the skin starting to tear away at your face, as you feel the muscle and tendons starting to twist and turn and writhe with pain. What are you going to do?
Well, I wanted to roll to jump onto where Calamax and Miknik are.
Okay.
If that's possible.
You can. You're just going to need to make another dexterity check to see if you leap over to them, because you're going to land in the water one way, or the acid one way.
Right,
or the
yeah.
other.
Fuck me, it's a 4. This is a bad idea.
Plus your
You-
dexterity.
Yes, plus
Modifier?
dexterity. Yes, that's 4.
Oh boy.
Okay. So you leap into the water, and you are now currently, you take that 8 damage, and you are currently stuck in the whirlpool with them. You can try to use your other movement to do something else, so you still have
Yeah.
one more move.
I want to cast Misty Step and take them back to somewhere where there's no acid.
I
where
want
is it?
Nick and Moxie to try to, I want you all to roll a dexterity check to see if you all can make your way over to the portion of the whirlpool of where Draxus is, because I'm assuming he's yelling out to you all what he's wanting to do, so.
Well, I have him in one hand, and that was a 20 on dice, so...
Okay.
So I'm
Moxie,
physically making
I am
contact.
willing and helping Moxie with a 15 total.
Okay. Kai.
Okay.
Door.
Thor.
Door. D-O-O-R. Door!
Okay.
As in, get close to the door if you're going to do anything.
So as you are finally starting to make some way over, you're fighting against the current. Both arms are going in, and you are not doggy paddling. You are fucking Olympic swimming, trying your best as you see Miknik's little legs going beep, like a paddle boat going, and they
Back in The
start to
Incredibles.
make their way over to Draxus, and Draxus, this acid just starting to eat away at your all skin. He grabs onto you guys. You have made contact.
Now I want to cast Misty Step to go somewhere where there is no acid and there is dry land.
Door. Door. Door.
Door.
Door.
Towards the door. Sure, towards the door. Yeah.
For it.
Roll for it.
I want you to roll for it.
You cut out a little bit.
And I
Yeah, we
want
only
you
heard
to
for
roll
it.
this with a intelligence.
Okay, so that's a D20 with intelligence modifier.
Yes.
You can't do bardic inspiration at this point, can you?
No, she wouldn't be able to reach her bardic tools. Actually,
I mean-
fuck, you all are in acid right now.
Okay, so I rolled a
I think
13.
all of oh no. Oh, I don't know if you all are gonna have equipment.
I rolled. Okay, hang on. I
Equipment
rolled.
is
I
a
rolled a-
concern. Yes.
I rolled a
A.
13. And then you said it's an intelligence my
Yes.
intelligence modifier.
Uh-huh.
So then
Because you're
so then
having to
that's
concentrate on 2 other beings other than yourself.
that's a 14.
And you're wanting to, I want you to be extremely specific on where you're wanting to try to teleport to.
Okay. Take your index finger, put it to where I can teleport, and there's not going to be any acid. It's going to be dry land.
It's filling up, but the only spot would be here.
Yeah, I'll teleport there. I'll take them with me there.
You all
Hey.
feel a sudden surge of energy starting to go over you as you see this misty cloud that starts to emit from Draxus's eyes. You see this misty fog start rolling from his eyes as his eyes light up with this white color. and you see this fog starting to engulf the three of you. And as you feel the acid eating away at your skin and your muscle and tendons, you then feel a sudden pull, and the three of you are teleported into a dry spot. It is basically a janitorial room in the Senate Combine, and it is filling. You see that the walls are starting to deteriorate from the acid, but for right now, you are safe from the
I'm
acid
healing.
that is eating away at your skin.
My next move is healing.
I want you all in between turns, those that were in the acid, and also Kai, because you are currently experiencing the same thing, as well as, you know what, Tralia, I'm going to need you to roll that too, because now that the acid and the smoke is starting to rise more with the churning, the poisonous gas is starting to lift
Wait, should I roll a
into the
D20?
air. Yeah. No, I not roll a d20. I need you all, everyone at this point, I need you all to roll a d8 for me, please.
8. Ah, pretty much
Maximum.
guaranteed damage.
3.
Max.
4.
Also, Max.
You all take that much damage
Thought so.
Okay.
of
Now,
poisonous of poison. You, as you all are breathing in this toxic pool of chemicals that Asion has created from her newly found monstrous form, you all start breathing in a very, to Kai, Moxie, and Miknik, a very familiar, potent concoction of her poisonous gas, but this time it seems much worse, as when you breathe it in, it starts to burn your throat as it goes down into your lungs, and you feel as if your lungs are on fire.
There is not much chance of me being able to just, like, very cautiously open the door slightly to send a spell out, is there?
From your vantage point, you can try. That the only thing that is near you right now, there is a door that leads into this area right here,
Mm-hmm.
but the only thing that you would be able to, that's a window right there that
Okay.
is looking out. So, I mean, you could try.
I mean, the only problem is the only thing I have are a cure spell, and that's on self because I'm about to be unconscious. Or something that's going to ignite the gas, and we still have 2 party members that are out there that will take probably lethal amounts of blast damage from me igniting that much of it.
Well, here's the thing. So you can do that. Right now, Asion is still transfixed on her left side. She's having difficulty moving because of Tralia and her orb. Because I'm assuming, Tralia, you still have the orb transfixed on the eyeball, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then behind Tralia, next to the tail of Asion, is Kai. God damn it. Kai is sitting there looking up at Asion, trying to ascertain what he's going to do next while breathing in these toxic fumes.
Oh, I already know what I'm going to do next. Is it my turn yet?
No, because Moxie is still trying to decipher what she's going to do.
I thought she
Because
was
Right
I'm
after me.
trying
No,
to
she's-
weigh the damage done to you and Tralia as
Wait.
opposed to
I thought I
No,
went after
burn us.
Drax.
Oh, burn us.
I thought I went after Drax and Moxie was next. Or am I confused? No, Miknik went after me, and then it was Moxie. Right?
No, Miknik went
Miknik
after
is
you, then
last.
Tralia, then me.
I've lost my order of events.
Oh wait, no. We
Drax
that
went.
was Draxus. That was Draxus's turn teleporting you guys. It's Kai's turn. Yeah.
Ah! Call
Yeah,
it!
it's
I knew it!
yeah,
No,
it's Kai's turn.
I was asking an innocent question. I knew for a fact it wasn't my turn.
Oh.
I was just trying to ascertain information.
No, yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to think this one, because you are coming up in 3 turns, so you're gonna have to decide what you're gonna try to do based
Think
on
about this,
Yeah.
though.
what
Don't
the 3 of them are going to do next.
Don't burn the
Okay.
people that have the closest.
How far away is Tralia from me?
From you, I would say about 16 feet.
60. Okay. How far is the exit from the room from her?
There are 3 exits. In
The-
which one are you talking about?
The closest one that I could seal shut behind us.
The only one that is closest to you is the one where Momir Vig is. And then there is an exit that was in front of Asion, but she tore that down. There's one on the left that leads out onto another platform that leads over to where the 3 of them are.
Okay. Well, if I dash, I can do 80 feet movement in one move.
Okay, so where you
So
want
my
to go?
thought is to dash to her, haul her up, and then haul her
No.
ass out of the room with me.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Why? Do you want to do something magnificent again? Or do you
I
want to
have an
survive?
idea. Don't do it. I have an idea. I mean, it's up to you. It's your choice. It is your turn. You do what you feel is best. But don't.
I'm going to shout, Tralia, time to get out of here. I imagine she tells me I have an idea, and then I'm going to hightail myself out of this room.
Okay, so are you wanting to dash over to where the 3 of them are?
Well, aren't they inside
Can you?
another closed room that I can't see? That's what I was assuming.
They are in a closed room, so you are going to have to go to where the door is, but there's a platform. This is why I wish I had a battle map. I'd be able to draw this shit out. So coming out from here, you would be onto a platform that would lead over into this general area where there's a door right here.
How far away is that?
It would be 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, about 55 feet away.
Yeah, with a dash I can do 80, so that is nothing. I can dash out of here no problem. I could very easily dash up the kaiju, pick up Tralia, and carry her with me out of the room to safety in this one turn. Unless you really want to be the hero.
Depending on how you roll, you could do that.
You do what you want to do, Kai. It is up to you.
Because you roll a 1,
You fuck.
You're
this
going to
all
kill
goes sideways.
Okay. Alright. So, since I expressed my intent, both in character and in real life, and she said she has an idea, I'm going to trust the person who has tamed a lion that is untamable and climbed a kaiju with the nimble grace of a gazelle, and I'm just going to dash myself out of the room.
Fair point.
That means I don't have to roll anything to pick her up. I can just go.
True.
I'm not trying to leap over anything significant. I'm just trying to dash out of the room toward the safety of my friends so that I can help them and we can escape. Trusting that the nature lover knows her shit, because she very clearly does.
Okay. Roll for it, buddy. Because there is treacherous terrain in the way. And the way that you're wanting to go, you are going to have to leap over Asion's tail as well.
Okay. Rolling. As soon as I unlock this thing. Unlock! No. Damn it. Why are you not cooperating? Go away. Okay.
Just checking
Rolling.
in on everyone. How are you guys liking fighting your first kaiju?
Intense. Very intense.
Very intense.
I know what I'm doing next turn, and it's
First.
What?
First.
It's a
Continue.
heal.
The proper kaiju. Yes. First proper kaiju.
My contention is
I-
with the word first.
Oh,
Oh,
implying
shit.
there's more.
Meaning
yes.
there's more.
Yes, there are
Fuck.
I
kaiju
know.
in this world.
My friend.
Damn it.
Okay. So I rolled a 10 with the acrobatics check of 4. That's 14.
Okay. So you see Kai leap over Asion's tail as he dashes across, leaping over the platform that is starting to be eaten away by the acid. As you leap over it and you get to the door, you see the bottom of the platform that you are on give out and fall into the vat of acid that is formed down at the bottom, that is slowly rising.
Am I able to react and grab the door frame and pull myself inside?
Yes.
Because I don't want to fall in.
Okay.
I was hoping to make it into the room.
Why is this door not opening?
Oh, please don't translate that into what's actually happening.
There we go.
No.
All right. You get in. Do you close the door?
Absolutely.
All right. Door.
Every barrier that I
Oh.
can.
Door closed. You are currently in there, and you can hear them in what is some kind of janitor's closet.
All right, I'm going to shout, "We need to get out of here!" What was that?
That's equivalent to probably how loud it is until I throw open the door. Where is Trolia?
Trust that she knows what she's doing. We need to run.
We need to heal. We are.
You
being
all see
eaten
Momir
from
Vig through the
acid.
window that is in the janitor's closet, and you see him still looking up at Asian, going, "It's beautiful.
He's
I've
an
never seen
idiot.
such a mutation
move
like
on."
this before. This could be something great with its potential."
I am casting Cure Wounds as a first level.
Okay.
All right, and that is a 1d8. I know I need
To
it.
whom? To you or?
Well, that's what I was about to establish. The first one is going to be to me. And I cure 7 plus 4. So that's 11 points there. Who else needs healing? Oxy?
Ascertain this as you will. I have 6 out of 23. That tells you what kind of state I look like.
I have 1 health left.
Okay, I'm looking at
I
Draxus
almost
first
killed
then
myself
because
to save you
he's
two, by the way.
looking like he's on the verge of actual
You
death.
see Draxus leaning over on the wall, and you see that his entire left side of his body, his clothing is eaten away, and you see his skin is gone. The top layer of his skin is gone as you see muscle and tendon that is just, there's like bits of blood that's dripping off of it and sloughing onto the ground.
For Draxus, I am doing a second level Cure Wounds, which is 2d8 plus 5. Rolling. 4, 5, 6, 7. You
Plus
heal
5.
12.
That's not bad. That's about half our normal health.
Yeah.
Mick goes over to Draxus and he places his hands over Draxus, trying to calm him. As Draxus is in so much pain right now, he's very unawares of basically the pain that he's in.
He's in shock.
You start seeing your skin starting to reform over the muscles as you see it kind of lacing itself back together and pinching itself like Play-Doh, kneading together.
Wait
as
a
it
second.
starts going down across his arm.
Are my pants gone?
They're
Wouldn't
pretty
worry
well
about that
fucking
right
much.
now.
No
At
one
least
is
half of
worried
it.
about
You
the lack
idiot.
of clothing that we are all experiencing after being in an acid bath.
Moxie
No
is
shame, very
basically on both of her knees right now, and her hands are on the ground, and she's gasping for air as you see that the damage to her is quite great as well. Seeing that half of her face, the skin is starting to slough off. As she puts her hand on her face, you see some of her skin peel away into her hand as she's looking at it.
All right, and now I'm moving on to
So-
heal Moxie because she's clearly not healing herself.
Over
Not in
table
this
here.
state.
3
Over table here. I'm gonna tell
plus 4,
what's
so
it,
you heal
Rob?
7.
Seven.
just so you know,
So at
one of the
least enough
things
to
they
get you
teach
back on
us
your
in the
feet so you
military
can
when
heal
we're
yourself.
I can't hear
learning.
you, Thane.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was talking over him. Do your thing, do your game thing, then I'll talk.
You heal
How
a
much
total
are you?
of 7. That's enough so you can at least get back up and heal yourself further or heal anyone else further.
Yeah, I'm going to use a first level spell slot and heal myself 1d8 plus 5.
you start seeing Moxie's skin starting to do the same, stitching itself back together as if it's coming out of your muscle tissue. New skin is just starting to come and wrap itself around
She got
I
double
heal
the structure
heal.
of your body.
The amount that I rolled ended up being a total of 7 plus 5, but I just heal to normal full health. I'm at 23 again, so I am healed.
Do you
Finally.
heal anyone else further?
I go over and just set a hand on Kai's shoulder and also use a first level cure wounds on him. You heal 12.
Nice. I am almost good as new.
Willow, it is your turn.
Okay. Is
Still
As-
grasping onto the mantle of Ascion with the orb in front of her eyeball. What do you do?
Is Ascion still spewing out acid?
No, she is no longer spewing out her cloud from her mouth. Not right now.
Is her mouth open?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we
Before I
mention
do
that the gas is
anything-
explosive? Is it too late?
Before I do, sorry. You go
Sorry.
ahead. What were you saying? No, what were you saying?
I will be right back.
I'm not sure if I can say this, because it would probably have to be said in character for her character to know it.
Oh, okay. Just a quick question.
Oh, no, she does know, actually.
Oh.
Before I do anything, can I sense Ascion's emotions? Is she feeling angry, confused, sad?
Roll a perception check for me.
What do I do?
With one of your senses.
What do I do for that?
A d20.
Plus
Plus your intelligence. Well, actually, plus your wisdom, yeah.
wisdom? Okay.
Yep.
No. It's a 3.
Plus anything?
No, that's the 3 plus. That's the 1 plus a 2.
Oh, oh shit.
So
So
nat one.
placing your hand on
That
Ascion.
wasn't really a move that I wanted to do. I just wanted to see if that was in my capability as a character.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yes, you can do that.
I just want to
yes.
make sure it wasn't my.
Well, you've been holding on to her. You can sense that she has a direct intent with what she is trying to do.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So, over table reminder, you have been told this, so I feel comfortable about this. Her gas is flammable.
Yeah. I'm good with that.
Just saying.
Okay. As I'm holding on to her, still with the orb, I place my head directly on her, and I just tell her, please forgive me. I slide over, I sling my entire body over her, and slide, curling and landing inside of her mouth, and I take my dagger and
And what was that last part? You broke up.
Stab.
oh, yeah, I curl to where I slide it into her mouth, and then I take my dagger and I slide.
So
Is that okay? Can I do that?
She might swallow you.
You can.
Okay.
It is also very dependent on the anatomy of where you stab, my dear.
That's why I asked you what eye I was at, because by the trajectory of where the eye I was at, I would be able to slide into her mouth.
That's not what I'm worried about. It's the placement of your dagger in the mouth on the upper.
Well, I wouldn't be able
mouth
to
plate.
slide from where I am. It would be.
No, you can go
Yeah.
into her mouth. That's not the problem. The problem is, I don't necessarily know what you're wanting to do after this, but when you stab, you need to be extremely precise with the placement of your blade on the upper mouth plate.
Well, I'd be aiming for the center.
Okay, give it a try. See what happens.
I don't know. It's
I love the YOLO play. I love it.
Okay, it's a 15 plus what?
That's going to be a strength check, I would imagine, for plunging the blade directly in. So your movement, you move inside of her mouth. You see Trollia slide down into the beast's mouth, grabbing onto one of her teeth and slinging herself inside Ascion's mouth as she is directly on the tongue. And you see Ascion kind of...
The hell is she doing?
Oh,
And then you plunge the blade?
Yeah, I'm because if I landed successfully in her mouth, is that what happened? I would
You
like
are
some-
successfully in her mouth right now. Yes.
Yeah, now you need to roll for the attack.
Okay. Cool. Give me good luck.
And I hope you get a 20.
A 19.
That would be plus a strength mod if you have it.
That's plus 2, so that'd be a 21.
Okay. Okay. You see Tralia as she is inside the mouth of this creature. She's holding it open with one of her hands because she's a fearbulb. She's a rather large creature. She's holding the top mouth plate open, and she's pushing her bottom feet down on the lower jaw. And you see Asion's tongue flipping around as she's trying to hold her feet steady as she directly into the upper mouth plate of Asion. The blade plunges through. Roll damage, I guess.
He's
I
like,
need
shit, you
to-
just deleted my kaiju.
I need. Well, we'll see. I need to actually
What all did I
check her
miss?
physiology.
I'm
Do you
sorry.
guys- You remember
need
when
to-
I stepped away last session and I came back and asked the same question?
Yeah.
Something like that.
What do I roll?
Huh?
What do I roll?
For your dagger.
Only in this case, a little bit more insane.
Your dagger, is it just a normal dagger?
She's on its tongue.
You gave me a dagger. I don't know what it was.
Oh,
Because the character.
That would be a basic dagger then.
yeah, that's a basic dagger, so that's
So-
1d4.
This has
Plus
gone
your-
from a D&D campaign to an anime.
No, God of War. Definitely God of War. I'm renaming you Kratos now.
I kind of sort of base this
works.
the mechanics of this fight kind of God of War-ish meets Shadow of Colossus type of deal.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I love it.
Oh, my initial instinct was to go for the magic glowy weak spots. Should I have followed that?
I'm checking her physiology, her
Sorry.
skull state.
Okay.
Who is
So-
after
Sorry.
Tralia?
Sorry.
So
Don't
the-
apologize.
It's Moxie.
You're making it more
is next.
interesting.
So the mid plate. Okay. Roll damage. That's a 1d4 plus your strength mod.
1d4.
Yeah.
Is that this little triangle one?
It's got four
Yes.
sides. Yep.
Okay. How do I tell what it is? Because there's 3 numbers on each side.
Topmost number.
The top one.
The one that
But it-
looks correct from your point of view, not turned
The
on
one
its
that's
side.
directly on the top of the pyramid.
But it's a point.
The one pointing
The
up.
one that's on the point.
The number that is pointing up. It is the right way up.
There
Not the
is
ones
no-
that are sideways and kind of upside down. but the
So
one that is
when
up.
it lands and it lands flat, it'll have a point on every single side of that point that is.
Okay,
top
it landed
most.
like this. Because I'm terrible with dice.
Okay,
so-
okay, here.
like-
Let me show you.
Okay, it's a 3.
That's a 3. That's a 3.
That's a 3. Yeah, that's one of the bottom side 4s. Yeah, that's a
That's a
3.
3.
Okay. That's
Okay,
a 3.
plus
Plus
what?
plus your strength mod.
The 3 is. The
I forgot that one. That's those are my dice. I forgot that was a bottom side D4. It's not one of the top ones.
It's still the number that's pointing up.
Yeah, it's still the number that is looking correct and not sideways, basically.
Okay. So what's your strength mod with that?
2 plus 2.
Okay. So given the physiology of her skull structure and where she placed the dagger, as she stabs the dagger up into it, she actually hits
No.
her entire
Yeah.
sinus
Yeah.
cavity that
Yeah.
is right there. She hits the sinus cavity, causing Asion to lower herself in pain and spits out Tralia. So
Oh.
Tralia, you now have fallen
Into the acid.
down onto the ground. You've fallen down onto the ground. Where you are right now, there is not as high of a stream of the acid, but you still are getting hit by some of the acid. So you do take 6 damage of acid as it hits down onto you. And you see Ascion writhing in pain as her entire sinus cavity now has a dagger that is plunged in. Did you take it back out or did you leave it in?
I didn't really think about that part, so I guess it's left.
I mean, did you hang on when you fell, or did you let go?
I mean, I
What
hung on.
do you think you would have done?
I'm going to say with the way that she spit you out,
That's
that
still in there.
with the
But I
brass
forced that thing in there. It wasn't like I just nibbed her.
that you let go of it. So the dagger is still up in there. And Ascion starts putting her own claws into her mouth, trying to get the dagger out.
Oh,
as you start seeing from where her eyes are and her nose, where the nasal cavity is on the horn, you start seeing blood spewing out of her nose and starts coming out of her the top part of the mantle. You start seeing blood as she's putting her claws into her mouth, trying to dig it out. She is stabbing her own inside of her mouth, trying to get this thing out. But it's so small, she is literally slashing open the skin that is on her mouth. And she takes,
I'm
from
sorry.
herself, she takes, that was 3 slashes. Okay, she takes 23 damage from herself, clawing at her own face. And you just see her as she breaks through the wall and she dumps into the ocean that is on the outside of the Simic Combine. You see her writhing around in there as you seeing this pool of blood that is at the top of the part right there. But then she stands back up and keeps going.
Is the gas terribly thick on the ground where Tralia is?
Yes.
What are the chances?
But
of this
right
sudden
now,
onrush of-
Ascion has moved over this way. Tralia is over here.
What are
Okay.
the odds of this sudden onrush of water having diluted the acid to a survivable point?
That depends.
On
think
the
it's a fair
dungeon
question.
master. Yes, it is.
It is, I agree.
Also, over table, I forget your name, but you don't get to apologize anymore. You are playing better than any of us.
Are you
No
meaning my wife?
apologies. Yes,
Her name is Sarah.
Sarah.
Hi. Well, I don't. See, I'm not really good with rules, so I have to like.
No, it's perfectly fine to ask questions. Asking questions is how you learned things.
Yep. And you are doing a damn fine job at it.
No, because Ascion's blood is still acidic and it is still poisonous. So because of her bleeding the way that she is right now, it is still tainting the water with the already the water that is on the inside is still hydrochloric acid at this point.
It is too bad all of the damage I have taken has not meant that I get to use Hellish Rebuke.
Over table, what is Hellish Rebuke?
I've told you about it before.
Hellish Rebuke is when something damages her,
And
she can
2d8,
basically
yeah,
revert that damage back to a creature.
it's a reflect,
However,
that's-
all of the damage that she has taken has not technically been by Ascion.
It's been purely
Direct
environmental.
cause.
I see. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's the reflecting.
It's not a reflect. I still take damage, but I then just as an immediate, basically like an attack of opportunity.
It
it's
is
a
a
Think of
spell
it kind of like a
opportunity.
quick spell.
Yeah,
And
it's like a spell of opportunity, and it's just like bam.
It's an interrupt. Yeah, it's an interrupt card.
You all see. Well, let me see if this even happens. And it does. Okay, that's interesting. You see a the being Ilgath that is on his little scooter thingy. You see him going in a what seems like some kind of the little Segway that he has like helicopter blades on it, and and he's going over to where Momir is, and sir, you must stop this. This is horrible what you are letting happen. Why have we not gone for containment measures yet? My child, this is beyond anything that we could have comprehended. This is a Category 3 crisis that we have created. And I didn't even create it. That's the beauty of the draconic form with the serum that we did. We could replicate this. Do you not see the potential? We could have an army of these creatures to protect us.
Question?
No.
Don't
You
interrupt
see
the
Ilgaf
cinematic,
going,
man.
no, I don't know if this is necessarily a good idea, sir. I do think that you should stop what you are doing. And you see him, poof, Momir backhands him and he falls off of his little thing. No. In the name of science, nature must have its way. And the law of science has dictated today that we will win the war that is coming.
Can I make it over to the little guy?
Where you are?
Momir.
No, not with your movement speed.
Oh, I
And
thought
also
Momir
the
was the rest.
platform that connects your all's thing is eaten away. It's gone.
Momir is the fucking agent. He's the one. He planned all this and he lied to us. We need to take him out, get Ilglaf to do his shit. Containment. Whatever. Not that we can, there's no way back to him.
No, but what we can do is get out of here, go alert everyone else, and get someone else
Yeah.
here with more firepower. Perhaps your guild could be of some assistance.
Yeah, we need to go.
We need to run, but we also need to get Ilglaf. Can't leave him here.
You there, Mistwalker.
Can you point to where Momira is on the board, please?
Yes. He is here.
Would I be able to teleport to use is it Misty Step? Would I be able to teleport over him with Misty Step?
You can try.
Okay. That's
Wait,
a
am I
D20.
still? Go ahead, sorry.
Whose turn is it?
Oh wait, yeah. Sure.
Also,
Well,
nice
we are-
buns,
On
man.
turn order?
No,
Technically-
it's Moxie's turn.
Technically, it's
I
Moxie's
haven't-
turn. Yes. It is Moxie's turn.
Get that booty in frame, baby.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to.
No,
Just
no,
don't
no.
pay any attention to.
Just turn a little to the right.
Mr. Wilson, we meet again.
DM's
Okay.
got to twerk for Twitch views.
No!
Clap it. Clap
No.
it.
No,
Rob,
if that
shut
happens,
People ain't
I'm
wanting to
rage
see-
quitting.
He can
People ain't
twerk
wanting to
better
see
than I
that shit, buddy.
No, Draxus, I think if that happens, we're just ejecting you from the party very, very shamefully.
I'm tempted at the moment to just drop him into the acid
That's
for that
true.
comment.
To the DM.
Well, I guess this is going to have to be representing Ilgaf.
Dearest DM.
Yes, dear.
Booty shaker.
Sorry, I have a very complex setup beside me, and I was trying to find a mini to represent
Alright.
Ilgaf.
No, okay, so that whole like little side scene that you did just now with the two characters,
Yes.
I'm like miles away from the group. Can I hear that?
As well as we can. You're actually closer than us.
The Simic Combine is a very echoey place
Okay.
because of the way that the structure is, the dome. You can hear pretty much.
So I can hear when they're like, "Hey, let's all leave, get help," kind of thing. I can hear them because right now I just
Technically,
can
yes.
hear. Okay.
Because
Okay.
of all of the shattered glass and everything, a lot of the doors have pretty much lost their functionality completely. So a lot of the area right now is one large open area.
I do
Okay.
shout over, get Ilgaf! We need to leave!
Hey, who is that? okay.
Talia, please save him.
Well,
As you can
right
plainly see.
now, Moxie, is that what you're going to do for your turn, or what are you wanting to do?
Oh, I don't have a way over there, unfortunately.
You can try to make the jump across the platform.
I guess we can.
That is,
Oh.
but below that
Okay.
platform, I will tell you, is that again the acid, and it
is
is
eating away.
rising.
This is for the greater good. If I die, it's for the greater good, and my soul will go to the void. If I die, my soul goes to the void. Then it's a 20.
Okay.
Bolt. Saying this is for the greater good. And make the jump.
Is that a natural 20?
That is natural 20.
Oh.
You
That's a-
see Moxie bolt out of the room that you all are in right now as she flings open the door and goes onto the platform. And as you all are watching, you're kind of in disbelief, like, no, don't try it. And you see her leap across the platform. And she has made it across to the other skiff.
Hi.
Hi.
You all technically can see each other now, so yes.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was waving.
Hi. Okay. Ilgath, where are you? Where are
He
you?
is more over toward Momir Vig.
Well, I can't exactly go any further, can I?
You have one more, because you
I do
used
at
one
least-
movement. If you're
I
not
do
going
at
to use
least
an
make it
attack, you
over.
can use another movement to try and make it over there. It's up to you.
I will make it over there if I can, at least to pick him up.
Okay, that's another
Moxie-
dexterity check for you.
Your bardic inspiration has reminded me of a song, which I am sharing
That
in our D&D server for your entertainment in between turns.
And because I was stupid and I got distracted, I did not say I wanted to use Bardic Inspiration, so I can't roll that to make this better, but that was a 7 on dice, so it's like 11. Yeah,
Okay.
it's an 11 total.
All right, that's enough to make it over this because it's not extremely treacherous terrain. And you're
Hello,
wanting
little
to go over to Ilgath?
I'm just going to retrieve him. Yeah.
Well, that is... You've made it over to him.
I'm here to get you out. Just...
It is now Asion's turn.
Oh no.
You see her in the oceanic water that is outside the Simic Combine as she more of the fog goes across, but it's not coming into where you all are. You see it rolling out toward the city. And you see her still making her way through as you see Simic boats that are going up to where she is, and you see her lower hands, because she has 4 arms. You see her lower hands. You see small explosions that cause, because of the gas that's out there, much larger explosions, which takes out part of the main gate to where the Simic is.
Well, at least now everyone else in the city is going to know.
Draxus, it is your turn. What are you wanting to do?
I want to cast spell every turn and forget the name. So I want to cast Misty Step over right to where Momir is.
Okay.
Are you
And then
keeping track of your spell slots?
Yes, and then that's a D20, right?
Yes.
Why is everybody going back? This is the opposite of a good idea.
That is so that's a 14, and then is that a dexterity modifier?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a 15.
Well, that would be because you're casting Misty Step. That's an intelligence to try and focus on
Oh,
where
intelligence. It's
Yeah.
still +1, so 15.
you're going. Okay. And you're wanting to go where Momir is?
Right where Momir is.
Or over to where Eglaf is?
Right where Momir is.
Okay.
Right where he is.
Going to do.
And I want to stab him in the neck.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. That can get you into major trouble, you know.
We got to do it.
Killing-
You're killing a
somebody's
Payroon.
somebody's got to do it.
You two
you
can't
did you
have
hear
this
what that guy wanted to do?
conversation.
That doesn't matter.
Did you not hear that he wanted to make an army of these things?
That doesn't matter. It's not our job to meter justice.
Stab him in the neck anyway.
I agree with Moxie. However, out of character, Moxie, you might be a little distracted to see what he's doing to argue against it, and it would be entirely in his character to do this.
It would be. It's just a matter of I suddenly see him. There's a dagger. It's like, no, stabbing won't help.
And
It
for
doesn't. Now,
for
here's
dramatic
the
effect-
thing, y'all. It's
Okay.
it's his turn right now. So
Yeah.
for
I
dramatic
can't
effect,
stop him.
for dramatic effect, can my dagger glow while I?
I don't think you get to
What
dictate.
do I need to roll? No, what do I need to roll for that?
Oh my god.
so you
let
have
the
out your
DM
special dagger right now.
Yes.
I think that's his only one now.
This was
Yeah,
a
it is.
mistake.
Okay.
Over
Yeah,
a
but I
table.
just-
This was a big
And
mistake.
I just slice him right in the neck.
You see Momir looking upon Asion, and as you, in your misty form, go right in front of him, and you take your dagger, and as you slice Momir's throat, you see the blood starting to drip, but then you also see that his skin instantly cinches itself back
Yeah,
together.
he showed us that.
He then looks at you after viewing everything that Asion had done. Natural selection has not been kind to you, has it? And he picks you up, and this being, Momir, is about 8 feet tall. And he picks you up with one of his hands, and he throws you into the acid pool.
Over table, I thought Momir was like tiny. Oh shit.
Oh.
Oops.
Oh, you.
Have you been paying
fucked
no
up.
attention?
No,
You
clearly.
From the acid, you take another 8 damage, and you are still in the acid as of right now. And Momir looks over, and he, attacking a Payroon is an offense worth death.
Oh boy.
Oh, well.
However, my focus is not on him. I need to do what is for the greater Ravnica. You see him kind of storm off toward one of his offices. It is Kai's turn.
Well, let me review.
Because
Me
a
and
lot
Nick.
has happened. Yeah.
Me and Mignick are here.
Yep.
Yes.
The only two
Trolley
still
is
here.
across the room.
Uh-huh.
Moxie is also across the room, attempting to rescue someone.
Yes.
The drow is in the water. Acid.
Yes. Oh, there's something I did roll for.
Oh dear God.
I need to see if it even happens. Continue.
Oh, dear. Oh,
This
dear.
area where me and Mignick are, is that a closed, isolated room, or
Fairly
Is
so,
there-
yes. The
So
the
there's-
water is starting to rise more so. The whirlpool effect is starting to subside because of the water is starting to equalize.
what I'm meaning is there another exit to this room besides where I came in?
The windows.
So this is not a safe place to stay.
You have one entry point, which is the door that you came into and where Moxie left from. And then you have 2 technical exit points, which is the 2 windows. There's one to the far side of the room where you are, and then there's one on the inside of the janitor's quote unquote closet.
So one way or another, we all had to get out of here. And back toward the main
Yeah.
doors. So, I will pick up Miknik,
I'm going for a ride.
and will we fit through that window? With him on my back.
Yeah, for the
You
record,
should,
I do
yes.
like apply myself as a Micnic pack.
Banjo Kazooie over here.
The Mick Pack.
Yes, the Mick pack.
Yes, yes. You would be able to.
Okay, then we are going out the window, which I imagine will take a dexterity roll to get to that platform.
Which one? Are you going to this one?
Of
or this
course. Is there
Okay.
anything out that one?
There is the other skiff, but it's going to take a leap
Is
from
that
you
where
all
the
because
acid
the platform
is?
is gone.
Is that where the acid is?
The acid, I believe, is
In this
everywhere.
part, acid is here. The platform that was here is currently gone.
So going out there is a bad idea.
Going
Well-
out there, if you make it to the other side of the skiff, there is just the gas.
I mean, if you're grappling on my back, I don't have to focus as much on holding you and can just leap.
Yes.
So, I'm gonna leap. And we have a 9.
Okay. You all successfully leapt due to the distance. It was not extremely far.
And
You've
I
leapt to the other side of the skiff.
use what movement I can for the rest of my turn to get over toward Moxie. Would I have enough ability left to stop and fish out the drow?
I don't think you would
No.
have to do that because I can just use my teleport ability
How many times can you use that?
once per turn.
What
There's
about
not a
your
limit
spell slots?
Per day?
You have spell slots. You have to keep track of how many per day can you use it.
I can use it one more time. I used it 3 times.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I will just race us over to the door next to Moxie to help her pick up the smallish one.
Okie dokie. He is
This-
still there, and his little helicopter device is still laying there. You all see the panels that are around where Momir originally put Asion's horn and skin. You see that device is still over to your right, and you see the screens are just going
we-
flashing red.
Retrieve the items, or are they locked?
I think
What
they
items?
were taken and turned back into this person.
Which items are
The
you speaking about?
horn and the skin.
You're looking at the horn and the skin.
Well, I didn't give him the horn. We only gave him the skin. I still have the horn.
He did
Well,
not
then
give him the
you're
horn.
looking at the skin.
Okay.
You might want to destroy that piece of horn.
She's
Figure
right.
as long as I don't give it to another mad geneticist, we'll be fine.
That's not the only person who can use it. So, now that that's all happened, Nick, can you check poor little Ilgaff here for wounds?
Yes. I will cure wounds on him.
Can I, while they're doing this, examine the controls for anything we could possibly do
2.
until my next turn?
Are you just randomly hitting buttons?
I am looking to see if anything is labeled that might be helpful.
It's all in a. It's basically just code. There are no words or anything.
He
I am
heals
terrified
6.
of randomly hitting any buttons on this control panel. I need to know before I touch anything. After seeing what this
There
does,
is a big green button, a big red button, and then they even have this like Simic looking code to them, but the rest of the buttons are all in different code language. The only thing that you can ascertain is that there's a big red button and a big green button.
Well, typical color coding schemes means green is go or on, and red is bad, shut down, hazard, or off. So I kind of want to hit the red button. But at the same time, pressing buttons in here seems like a bad idea. For the moment, I'm just looking. I don't know, unless one of you guys have an insight.
Did you hear that, dear?
Yeah, there's a gunshot at one of our neighbors' houses.
Might have been
There's no
fireworks.
No, that sounds like a.
That didn't sound like a fireworks. That sounded like a gunshot.
Wait,
Here's something to assume instead of the worst. It could just be someone trying to keep property values down.
well, it's not supposed to be an open fire in this neighborhood.
Yeah, that'll lower your property values, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Reporting.
Yes, every night, fire around in the dirt, keep property taxes low.
Oh, while you are looking at that screen, you see a Goom call. Doo-doo-doo. With the Goom logo come up. And you see Momir's face as he says, "My fellow Combines, we are on the verge of something great. A way for us to fend off Sherlock and his forces. I have come across, with the aid of these new Simic allies, we have created a crisis much larger than anything we had possibly imagined. Category 3. This could aid us in the fight against Sherlock, if he is truly here. I believe that we should see how these events play out. And to any payroom that should view this message, I would advise that you do the same."
Can he hear us? Can you hear us? How do you know you can control this thing?
I don't.
Then how do you know it's going to defend your precious city?
We make more. We kill this one, and we create more of them. Without her genetic code that makes her ferocity in her disposition.
That still could be years and years and years of failed experiments like this destroying Ravnica.
And you have better ideas to fight against Sherlock if
Do you
he's
have an
truly
idea
dead.
Do you have an idea to stop this?
That will play out how it will. I'm sure the Boros Legion, or the Golgari, hell, even the Azorius, will come in with their Archons and try to kill her.
The Azorius won't do anything. We don't have time for this. We need to go. We need to warn them.
My call will reach the other payrooms, I'm sure.
And you can count on us not staying here. We are not putting our lives in harm's way for your egotistical achievements.
This is a breakthrough. A Category 3 crisis. Imagine it. An army of them fighting
We'll
against
destroy
these other dragons.
The continent.
I
Oh,
imagine
this
it would
compared
be
to an
worse
adult
than anything
dragon is
Sherlock
nothing.
could bring.
This is a feat of extraordinary measure. We need to let it play out and examine it.
Come on, there's no sense arguing with a
No,
madman.
we need to run. Ilgaf, can you get us out of here?
I can most certainly try, yes.
Ilgaf,
If
what do
you
these buttons do?
please.
No, those are going to activate any further experiments that are happening, or it is going to release other experiments that are located down within the tanks below the surface area.
Activate or release?
Yes,
Do you have no purge option?
we do
What
have
do
a
you
purge option.
do?
However, that one is only with Momivic. I can try to use a kill code, but I'm
Yes,
not sure
Would
if
be
it will work.
wonderful.
yes, do that. It is better to try and fail than to not try at all.
I will need you to gather the rest of your compatriots and be ready to leave if I do so.
Fine.
I
Everyone,
imagine
rally!
Tralia can get over here pretty darn quick.
Tralia, do you make it over?
Where is Astion? What is it doing?
She is going toward the city right now. You all are currently, she has basically left combat right now. You all are no longer in combat.
Can I get one of
Yeah.
my dagger back?
We'll get you a new
Really?
one.
Want to borrow
Yeah,
mine?
No.
I'll hop over to wherever they are.
Okay. Everybody, I just guess, is going to leave Draxus in the acid.
Technically,
Well, because I can get myself
I-
over there.
Where?
I had
Wait.
assumed he was going to be
1, 2,
teleporting out on his
3.
next turn, possibly
Yeah.
during that call that happened.
Dang
Well,
it!
Drax
is
Where
doing
is
so
our
then.
angry?
Well,
Where's our
waiting for
angry
my
elf
turn.
toddler?
I'm
I'm
waiting
on
for my
Kai's
turn
back.
to do my thing.
There are no more turns, so I just need you
Okay,
to
yeah.
roll that.
couldn't we technically just follow Assion's massive path of destruction out of there?
Well,
No. Acid, blood.
and you remember how we got in here, right? It is in a mobile platform. This place is very isolated. We can't wade through the acid. We need our little guide.
And I use Misty Step. I rolled a 6 plus 1. That's 7.
All right. You fully teleport. Boop. Back there. You
Oh.
see Ilgath going, oh, okay, well, let me see what I can do. As it refers to a kill code. Oh boy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. I'm going to need to contact the other payroons. They are
Moxie?
going to have to try to stop her at the gate. Otherwise, if
Ilgath?
she goes into the city, she is going to continue to
Moxie.
release her.
I don't suppose you
Ilgath.
can inspire him.
Yes.
You're brilliant. You can do this.
Hey, I can try.
And when you get this right, I will write a song about Ilgath the Brilliant.
Ilgath the Brave.
You see him going to town on the controls.
That is
And
an
you
extra
see-
D6 if he needs it.
You see error codes that are just coming up with everything that he is trying. About 2 minutes passes as you all are still breathing in these toxic fumes. You take 5 damage.
Right.
You see Ilgath go, well, it's not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it. And he hits the green button, and you see the walls of the Simic Combine enclosing Ascion as she starts
Now, do you
beating at the
have a
door.
way of filtering out this toxic air?
Yes, I do. However, I am going to need to rewrite this code real quick.
So
you see that
Draxus has
the-
a problem.
You see
Draxus
fans
is
that start
dead.
turning on. What?
What?
I said Draxus has a problem. Draxus's health is 0.
Zero.
He's
Oh, you're
unconscious.
unconscious. You're
You're
unconscious.
unconscious right now.
Ah, okay.
In video game terms, this would be your fight for life mode. You
Ah,
got a number of turns before you're dead.
Oh, okay, like Borderlands. Gotcha.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
You are on the brink of death. You're
So
flirting
someone-
with death right
Someone should heal him.
I'll do it.
I'm almost dead if anyone wants to heal me.
now.
Yes,
Nick.
I will heal
Heal
Trollia.
Tralia. I'll deal with this stupid toddler.
Now, I assume this is a death save.
Yes.
No.
No,
Well-
not yet. No,
Oh, okay.
not yet.
No,
You are
um,
unconscious. You are going
You
to.
heal 11.
If they were not able to get to you and that turn passed, then you would be in death saves.
Okay, so the turn
Because
that your
you
health hits
are-
0.
You are considered unconscious, and the next turn you start making saves against dying.
I see, okay. I got
And you are officially considered dead when your health score hits a negative equal to your constitution score.
Not
far as I'm
mod
aware, unless it's-
score.
So yours would be like negative 17
Yeah.
before you died.
Trollia, you heal 12.
I'm just laughing at my mental image of this. Draxus falling to the floor and Moxie just going, I'll get it.
What?
Wait, do I
Basically,
heal 12?
I'll
Yes,
get it.
you heal 12.
yeah, and I kind of
Thanks,
just
Steve.
I
You all
just
see
lick
Ilgath
you in
go,
the forehead and say, "Wake the hell up!"
okay, the 5 of you need to pay very close attention. I have created a boat mechanism that can get us to the gates. However, we are going to have to go past Assion and hope that she doesn't destroy the boat.
We can do it.
Better to
We'll make
try and fail than to stay
we
and
will make
accept
it
our
happen.
fate.
He takes you all over to where this boat is as you all are dodging over this acid-filled thing, and you see Simic Combine workers that are trying to get the place back into working order, trying to filter out what is coming in and things of that nature. And you see this think kind of, I think Kai is going to be the only one that understands this. Think kind of like the Goo Glide in a way,
Yes.
but it's bigger and it's wider and it can hold more people. It's a
Think
boat
one of the Star
motorcycle.
Wars. Think one of the Star Wars land speeders from.
It's kind of like a land speeder for the water.
Yes,
And
exactly.
you see Ilgath attach a helicopter blade thing to the top of it. I don't know if that's going to work, but we will see. We will see.
You know
as
what? You've
he-
done more with less. Let's go.
As he starts up the boat, you all are going across the water, and I need everyone to make D20 checks to try and make sure that all of the motors are functioning properly. He has you all placed at different motors across that.
17.
That's an 8.
3.
3.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I should show you. Yeah. Not just calling
That
out
is
random
a
numbers here.
9.
Moxie, Tralia, and Draxus, your all's motors start to fail as you see the acid starting to eat through it. You all are starting to slowly lose speed. I need you all to put more of the serums that are in there into the motors. There should be a box of the serums that are over there. Place those directly into the motors and see if it will give us a kickstart to go faster.
Today is not a good day to die, damn it.
As you all start getting closer to Assion, he says, okay, I'm going to need all of you to place those in there at the same time. And hopefully that will get us around Assion and over the edge.
Praying, praying, praying.
I need
We
everybody
need to
to
get this
roll
right.
a d20 on the count of 3,
Just
and it has to
real
be
quick.
at the same time.
You
Huh?
heard me just now saying praying, right?
Yes.
That is a 20. Just praying for us to
Okay.
get through this successfully. Just so you're
Okay.
aware.
All right.
Before we have to reset that.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Not today. We are not dying today. +6.
That's a
I re-roll
3.
ones just to be aware here.
13.
Yeah.
Then my next roll is a 3.
That is an 18.
You all feel the as you all place these serums into there, you see the green liquid flowing through the motors as you feel a sudden burst out of the engines, and then it starts to sputter out as you see the acid eating away at it, and you then see Ashion starting to slowly turn as she feels the vibrations in the water, and one of her fists comes crashing down, and you hear Kai. You hear a voice say, okay, not today. As a wave takes you the other direction, away from Asion's fist, as it slams down, and she roars at you all as you right by her, and you whiz right by her, and she slowly starts to turn her head around, and the very tip of the knife part of her head starts slicing at your all's boat as you inch yourself away, and you hear the of the helicopter blade that's on the top of it as you all start to rise up out of the water. Assion is just starting to try to swipe at you all. I need everybody to roll a d20 for me one more time.
Here comes the general. Rise up.
It's a
I understood that reference.
Ah,
That is
9.
a 7.
that was a 2 on dice.
Oh man, bad rolls, bad.
With Gilgaff, his final thing, it's worth a try. He puts his thing of serum into the front part of it, and you see the helicopter blade spin faster as it dodges out of the way of Asion's claws as it slices down, and you all go over the Simic Combine compound, and you are safely across the ledge.
Some great flying there.
Can I turn back into the open doorway where I know there's a crap ton of the gas still floating around in there, right? The flammable gas.
You are currently over the
Oh.
The
the
entire
edge
compound.
right there. You're over the compound. So
Blowing
the
into the
safety
compound.
walls have been put up right now. So you all are back in the city as you see ongoers that are currently panicking around on the lower streets below you.
I mean, okay, this is an over the table question. Is there a way to destroy a signet?
No. Not with what you don't know of any way currently right now.
Okay,
But I do
so
recall
I can't
him.
just-
I do recall him saying last session that there are ways to change guilds
There are
if you're
ways to
not happy
change
with
guilds, that's fair. I just meant, is there any way for me to, like, make a mark on this to show that, no, I'm not staying?
I mean, you can try to.
it.
I mean,
First.
I'm probably just going to throw it into the acid at this point, because it's just like, nope, not keeping that thing.
Okay, if that's what you
Yeah,
want to do.
no,
Well,
not with this madman, no way.
well, your call.
Yeah,
over
no.
the
not gonna
table,
argue.
Over the table question, is that going to cause serious problems going down the line?
She'll probably find another guild.
We will see.
While we're in Ravnica, she's probably gonna find another guild.
I will end up in a different guild, yeah.
What's his name? Ilgath or something?
Ilgaff.
Ilgaff,
Yeah.
yes.
Ilgath. Who is closest who could help? Boros, Rakdos, Azorius?
The Is It Guild.
Is it?
Ooh, we haven't been to them yet. We actually need to go see them.
Take us there. And also, is there a statue to Heliod somewhere in town? A shrine?
No, that god is not recognized amongst the majority of Ravnicans. There are a few
Pity.
towns over where there is a shrine, yes.
A pity. I should pay tribute. I collapse.
As you all see that you're coming closer to the Is It tower, you see the large red orb that kind of looks like an eye with a blue pupil in it dart over and look at you all. And then it closes its eye and you see a doorway open as you all land onto the Is It compound.
Oh, thank God.
Everyone,
Thank the
please
gods.
watch your step. And
Thank you.
Firbolg, when you stand up, don't get too close to the blades of the helicopter.
I duck down and just kind of like crawl my way out to the floor and just earth.
You then
Great
see
to be
some.
tall.
You then see some what appear to be goblins flying on these boards that land in front of you, and as the boards are encompassed in electricity, and they take off their goggles.
What brings you to the Is It Gizmometry?
We need to speak to your Payroon. We have some
Urgently.
problems.
A
You wish
danger
an
approaches the city.
audience with Niv, is it?
We insist upon it. One, Momir Vig has gone insane, past normal insanity levels. And two, impending dragon attack, Court of Cinders, Sharlock, the Herald.
But
Important!
all that, I think, is less
I don't know
significant
what
at the-
any of that means, but...
Look outside, man!
Yeah, okay, fine.
You then see him turn over toward the door, and he shoots a bolt of electricity into it. As you see the steampunk gears start, as you all look into a large tower that looks like a Tesla coil that has stairs that are going up it, and a large eye-like structure that looks like the top of a Tesla coil at the very top.
If
This
you
is
go
cool.
up there, then Niv Mizzet should be around, unless he's not.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
If not, we'll leave a message.
You're welcome.
And if possible, send someone to combat that thing. Spread the word. Ravnica is in danger.
Okay.
You see him get on his little flying board and fly off.
I brought upstairs.
Yes.
As you
as
all are
fast as
running
we'll go.
upstairs, you see bolts of electricity that are going through this giant Tesla coil all the way up to the top. And as you get to the door, you see that the door is completely closed.
Hmm.
I knock.
Yeah.
Boom.
I was gonna do little short knocks to be polite, but yeah, we could slam.
Yeah, we got a sense of urgency, and I
Yeah.
may
yeah.
be a monk, but I know when
Over the table, I love how the monk is furiously banging on the door, and I'm just like, tap tap.
Hey, that's your call, man. That's how you play your character.
For once, I want to be nice.
There is something to me that no one has learned yet that explains what's going on with that. But for the moment, yeah, pounding on the door. Open up!
As you all are pounding on the door, you see a magical source of energy that goes over the front of the door, charged with electricity, and this pops up on it.
Solve? Oh no.
Wait. Let me write it down.
Yes, same.
This is gibberish. This means nothing. Is
Um,
that a T or a plus?
I think that's.
The T or plus, baby.
It's for you to decipher.
Oh, come on. We can't decipher just because the DM
You
has
can.
bad writing.
If we assume it's a T, so 3 times time, maybe.
I rolled a 15 plus 1 intelligence check to see if I can start to decipher it.
You can tell that this equation is not going to be able to be solved with normal mathematics.
Okay, this isn't a normal mathematics thing, at least. But
It seems to be from what you can decipher, it seems to be a different type of mathematical equation that is with words.
The drow is even less helpful in this situation.
Do we know anyone whose names start with these letters?
Is this? I don't. Maybe you can't answer this. Is this an anagram? Or a cipher?
It
an
very well could
anagram
be.
is a very different beast.
Not saying anything. Can't answer that question.
We don't
At
have
least
time.
everybody write it. At least everybody write it down so we can put a hand down.
We don't have time for this.
Z minus V, W minus NN3 plus or T.
Are these
This underlined.
I promise it's solvable. It's just not going to be in the normal convention.
Okay, over the table. Is this whatever this is? Is this something in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, or is this something? Is this math?
Or just in code where it's like 3 letters before the letter that you're using in the alphabet?
This is something that exists within my world and the canon of which this part of my world comes from. So it's canon from Ravnica.
Shit, Moxie, you're our best source on that.
Can I try and punch the door in?
You can try.
I believe that will get you shocked, Kai.
Yeah, I tried to kill a pay rune and it didn't go that well. So maybe.
No, like the electrical energy surging throughout the door will get him shocked.
Yeah. Not make any more unnecessary judgment calls.
We don't have time for this. I try a two-handed strike with my staff. And I roll a 18 total.
As you start slamming against the door, electric shocks.
So, if I'm thinking about this correctly, you'll want to check the in-character thing. This is what I came up with, and I know for a fact it's not correct. But that is the first thing that came to mind.
I don't even know what that is.
It's the numerical order in which the letters appear in the alphabet.
Hmm.
Because, I don't know.
I promise it's solvable, just not in the normal convention. You're
I
gonna
really
have
don't
to
want
think.
to spend the rest. I
You're
really do
gonna
not
have
want to
to-
spend the rest of this live stream doing this. This is going to piss me off very
Okay,
badly.
the only thing that I will say is it's a rotation puzzle.
So, like a rotary dial on an old-style telephone.
Adjust the letters and numbers in the correct fashion in which they start to make sense.
26 minus 22. 26 is Z.
Rotation.
Minus 22 is 4, so that's D.
So,
No,
It's-
literally the letters and everything that is on here.
It's
Rotate
a logical
them.
puzzle based on the letters themselves, not anything to do with their position in the alphabet.
Nivian.
I turned it upside down. That didn't do anything.
No, just rotate the letters in which they start to make sense.
Nive.
Niv Mizzet.
Niv
The
Mizzet.
door starts
That
to
was
open.
my first guess. I'm so pissed at myself. Oh my
The
god.
door starts to open.
I knew it!
Mother.
No, over table, it is very, very much canon that Niv Mizzet is full of himself. But that's over table.
Question.
I should have known better.
Who is Niv Mizzet? Have we heard that name before?
He's the
Hey,
Payrun of this guild.
I was going to say, we've been
He's
told...
the guy that you all are going to see.
We were
We've been
already
told
told
that
his
Niv
name
Mizzet
when we
is-
arrived here at this guild.
Ah,
Yes.
we were in a
Ilgath
bit of a
told you.
rush, so
The goblins said, so you want to see Niv Mizzet?
we were in a bit of a rush. I missed that.
Oh, I know. Hey, it's fine, buddy. It ain't no big thing. The door opens, and you see a large Tesla coil with electricity coming off it, and you see a massive red dragon that is wrapped around this Tesla coil with a frilled head and gold inlay coming from where the frills are that go up. And he is just laying there. Welcome.
Niv Mizzet is a dragon.
A very
Yes,
magnificent dragon.
I don't-
I am a dragon. How may I be of assistance to you?
You may be interested to know that one of your own has been mutated and is on their way to trample the city or attack the city.
Mutated by the Simic Guild.
By Momir Vig, who has since gone past his normal level of insanity and intends to make an army of them.
This is an interesting thing that has happened.
May I just say,
You all solved my puzzle.
and
I'm very pleased.
may I
to
just
see
say, I'm sorry, I love your guild.
that. Thank
It's
you.
full of trinkets and shiny things, of course, Mick Nicholas.
We are a
Halfling,
guild.
focus.
We are a guild of inventors.
And,
Wow. You are trying to tell me of a dragon that has mutated.
Yes, Niv Mizzet in your infinite wisdom.
He opens his eyes as you see the large Tesla coil eye peer out.
Yes, I see. Troubling, truly. But Momir has always been a bit of an eccentric individual.
I am less concerned about Molmir's eccentricities than defending the city. The word must be spread to the other realms, or the other pay runes.
Fine.
You see the eye start to glow as electricity shoots across the entirety of Ravnica and hits the different points of where the pay runes all are. And you see Niv wave his hand and a portal shows up.
Then we gather. Walk through the portal. I've called my brothers and sisters together.
I go through the portal.
Walking through the portal, do all of you do it?
Yes.
I'm going
Also,
to
that
hold.
is a perfect stoic impression. Stoic the Vast of
Thank
How to
you.
Train Your Dragon. That is a perfect impression.
I don't know. I've just with the way that Niv always holds himself in every piece of art, I've always thought of him as like a
Very Scottish
Regal.
individual. Regal. Kind
Okay,
of a king-like figure.
sorry, Draxus, I think. Can you check your mic? We're getting a bunch of.
Static.
Thank you.
I'll watch my little border to make sure it doesn't flip green all the time.
What do you guys do?
Well, I'm going to stay back and apologize for hitting his door. Sorry for hitting your door. It was a bit urgent.
That's all right. I forgive you. But you're forgetting there's something that you were so worried about. I'd go through the portal if I were you.
Yes.
And I jumped through right.
You see him
Oh,
as he gets up,
I don't like getting up.
as he starts to waltz over to the portal and it grows bigger. As you all start walking through the portal together, I'm assuming everybody does it, right?
Reluctantly.
As you all go through, you see that you are in the Azorius Senate. You're back in the large courtroom,
shit.
and you see that each and every pay rune is at one of their desks on the higher up portion of it. Every single pay rune. All 10 of them are present.
Uh-oh.
Well, this makes our job a little easier.
And you all are standing there with Niv Mizzet on his platform, and it's very large because he's a very big dragon.
Yes.
You can stay up here, or you can go onto the floor, because you're going to be talking to everyone. I would advise that you do so.
All right. Moxie,
I guess I take the
this
floor.
this is where you shine.
He opens a portal in front of you all.
Go, it'll be fine.
I go with her.
Thank you.
I'm also following.
As
Not
you
gonna
all
make
go
faces
through,
alone.
you are back at the bottom of the courtroom where you all were when you first arrived into
This seems
Ravnica,
awfully familiar.
staring up at all 10 pay runes representing each and every single guild. You see Asperia, Aurelia, you see just everybody, Gerard Vadsavo, you see everybody that is right up on those ledges, and they're all looking at each other and they start cackling back and forth between each other.
What exactly are you doing? What are you looking at?
As you see Gerard go,
I don't understand why we are all here. Why were we summoned?
and he throws his staff on the ground as you see mushrooms start engulfing his stand.
There, much better. This place is a dump. It needs a little bit more death.
You see Momir standing atop there. Then he's just clasping his hands. And then you see the Azorius Senate Council on the lower floor where the pay runes are. You see there, they come out onto the platforms and they say,
All right. This session will be called to order.
and you see a familiar face that comes out as well. And he floats on in.
Dude,
You
what is wrong with
see-
you?
You see the Mikage Sujiro standing there. We have been all together again. I hope you have better proof this time.
This has nothing to do with that.
No, this is to deal with the absolutely massive monstrosity that Momir Vig created in his laboratory using
is
things
current-
of ours without our consent, and then refused to destroy when it started destroying the Combine, and now insists upon making an army of them.
But more urgently, it's on its way toward Ravnica as we speak.
You see the flaming head of Rakdos go,
Well, I say that this is a good idea. The more chaos in the world, the better. I say we should invite it to my carnival.
you see Asperia go,
Silence, you idiot.
It would destroy your
rambling.
carnival in a breath.
It
And
threatens
exactly
all
what is
life.
it? That
It is
you
a
wish us to
mutated
do?
green dragon that needs to be destroyed because it is just hell-bent on destroying everything around it.
Momir, explain yourself. You see the Obsidat. They all shift and look over toward Momir.
Explain yourself, I dare say. The damage that you have done to your side of the guild alone is going to cost the city thousands.
You see Momir go, well, they brought to me what they told me was the skin of a green dragon that they were told by her that she worked for Sharlock. You hear everybody in the courtroom go,
Again with this. We all said that was false information.
well, it would appear as if maybe it isn't false information, given that we have a interestingly mutated Krasis that is sitting within my Combine trying to get into the city. However, with the way that I have deduced things, if we were to replicate her same genetic structure minus the Pharaoh equivalency, I think that we can create a force to be reckoned with. If Sharlock truly has returned, I think that we can have this as our front line force to protect the city.
This is a truly terrible matter. What say you five?
Niv looks down at you all.
The
Tell
Cinder
us your
Flame,
side.
we were tricked into causing this entire thing to happen, and we want Sharlock gone. His court, all his influence, we want him erased from existence as best as possible.
Ravnica is one of the largest cities in all of Deratil. We do truly have a lot of forces at our disposal. It is imperative that we keep this city safe. But with crisis, I don't know if that's what we need to do.
Do you
It
think you
is
can
the most
defend this-
logical solution. You have big dragons, you fight them with bigger things. How can you all not see that?
Except
How can
that
you stop
causes...
this one? If you cannot stop this one, how are you going to stop an army?
You see Niv say,
They keep worrying about this thing. Fine.
you see Niv Mizzet blink out of existence for a moment,
Oh dear. Oh dear.
and you see him blink back with a large, decapitated Ascion head that slams down in the middle of the place.
There.
We are most grateful. Truly.
Now
Truly,
let's
most
get to the
grateful.
real situation. This thing, I don't like going out and having to get my clothes dirty.
I'll be willing to scrub them for you after this, I promise.
Niv, you had no right to use your plain walking power to go and kill that thing.
Well, you refused to. Somebody had to.
Asperia says, silence! It is clear that Momir Vig is having some very odd thoughts as a payroom. Have the years gotten to you, brother? No, the years have not gotten to me. We, very few of us payroons, have experienced this same thing before, if Sherlock truly has returned. You remember the destruction that he hath wrought upon all of the entire world. Continents
was it?
burning. We need something that is going to fight against him, and I think that the crisis is the proper solution.
I scream at the top of my lungs. And what did Elenon tell you? What did she come up with? How did you defeat him last time?
How did you
It
stop
was
the
not this
Etherean
way.
hunters?
And it was not this
We
way.
did nothing to the Etherean hunters.
Well,
They
they are
were
on their
sealed
way.
away long ago by the heroes.
And they are about to be released
Here
by...
he goes again. Everybody well, now it's
What's his
Sherlock. Now it's the Etherean hunters.
What's his name?
Is it?
What's his name? What's his name? Starts with a K.
Rash.
Calabrash! He is on his way to release them now.
I don't know what the calabrash is.
None of this means anything to you. What have we to gain by lying to you about this?
It's not that we don't believe you.
Bullshit!
Aye.
They don't care.
We
Until
We
an
are
outside
trying.
threat has come to Ravnica, we cannot, under the Guild Pact, make a move.
Break the guild pact.
But you
This is
can...
bigger.
Practice. Shut up.
But you can prepare.
What was the thing, Momir Vig, that Elenon was talking to you about? The thing that you could use to fend off Sherlock's lesser minions that
He
requires an
came up
immense
with
amount
a
of
quite
power.
different idea.
But
Not
what was
necessarily
it?
a crisis, but she came up with something that she was thinking about working on with Niv. I think it's absolute balderdash. I don't think it would work.
Well, whether you believe it or not, what harm is it to share with us?
I
We wanted to
Yes.
create Colossi to watch over the city.
Did it come to fruition?
In a way, yes. However, with the limited technology that we had back then, they didn't work as well as we had planned.
Is there a way to upgrade them to work better now?
I can try.
It's better to try and fail, to have something you don't need.
You hear the leader of the Golgari, Gerard, he says,
This is all such garbage. I think that the best thing for it to happen is for these things to come and destroy the rest of Ravnica, and we that are underground will come and take everything from you.
And when
You
they
see
come for
Asperia.
you,
You see Asperia
Accepting.
slap him with the side of her wing. Pardon, my brother.
Accepting my lady to respond to him. There is a Dragolich in this Court of Cinders who will also destroy the Golgari. And then where will you be except 6 feet under or a zombie without control of your own faculties, good sir?
I control hordes of zombies. That's
And a
not a problem for
Dragolich
me.
will control you.
You then see the Obsidat, they shift together.
These 5 make a valid point. Only for the reason that we do need to protect the city if there is something coming. However, the amount of money that it would take to fund this type of thing would be astronomical.
Niv
But-
says,
I will go ahead and see if I can find the blueprints for the Colossi. Is there anything else that you all are needing?
I don't
Information.
believe we need anything at the moment.
We need information. You know of
what?
Sharlock. You know historically what happened, what steps were taken. Whether you believe us or not, knowing how to defend and preparing is the best step if we are right. And if we are wrong, what does it harm?
What do you propose we do?
Tell us how he was stopped before, how we might stop him again.
We are unsure. We were not there at the battle.
Then give us your best knowledge.
Where
the only
would
thing
we
that
find it?
know is
Books, lore,
that
anything.
the heroes of old had weapons that they used to fight against Sherlock. They went across the realms trying to find something to make themselves more powerful.
Would the cosmic gift ring any bells?
Momir says, yes, it does.
There was a star chart that Elenon showed you.
I am aware.
Do you know where it ended up? The comet, the cosmic gift, as it were. Do you know where it ended up?
And before you worry, we do not mean to use it, merely to secure it against Sherlock. We shall secure
know
it
he
wherever it
seeks
need
it.
be.
We know he seeks
Asperia, dear, if you would open the observatory, please.
You see the top of the Azoria Senate start opening, and you see
Right.
a large celestial chart that is almost like a hologram appearing before the entire courtroom.
The cosmic gift, we do not exactly know where it comes from. However, around every 300 years, it will come into the range of our planet. Now, what Asperia was doing once before, and Eleanor, we found a few minor details that allowed us to track it. However, tracking it right now, it seems to have already landed.
Landed where?
The cosmic gift has already landed, and in order for you all to get there, it would be an interesting trip indeed.
We've had our
Where
share
has
of
it
interesting
gone?
trips. We are not afraid of another.
Give me a second. I need to see where I wrote down that it landed.
Well, if you're taking a second, I'm going to say over table, I find it amusing. I just realized that I keep saying, Moxie, go ahead, take this one. And then I also am talking a
You
lot.
shout and make an ass of yourself almost with the amount of shouting you do when
Yeah.
you aren't having to roll dice for you to be shouting. And I'm like, stop.
But like that's
Please.
Kai's
So-
You
character.
tried to handle it.
That is
It
Kai's
is-
Make a
character.
quick question.
What?
They were talking about items that were used to fight Sherlock? Did I
We're
get that
getting
right?
there. Yeah, we're
Well,
getting there.
Did I hear those mentioned? Those
Yes.
phrases that
Is your headset plugged in fully? Because now you're even everything you're saying is staticky.
It's
Everything.
it's like
Yeah.
scratchy and not making.
Move your hair
firm
back away
connection.
from your
No, it's not.
No, it's a
Hang on, let me-
connection.
That
that did it.
static.
It's
Is-
going away.
Is better.
It seems as if the comet has landed in Green Harbor.
Green Harbor.
How far away is that?
It'd take you about a week to get there. On foot.
You say that as though you have something faster in mind.
Is there a faster way?
I am normally the fastest way to get anywhere.
I believe you.
That is certainly not an understatement.
You then hear the Mikage go, Enough of this nonsense. The city does not need to be protected because there is no threat. We've been through this already. We
The
peered
city
into the
always
mind
needs
of
to be
the 5 of
protected,
you,
whether there is a
and you
threat or
gave
not.
us
Better to
nothing.
have something you do not need than need something you do not have. Is there any harm in preparing?
Except to cover your own guilt when I suspect you modified my memories when last we met, and I still level the accusation that you are the cause of all of this.
Moxie, now is not the time for accusations.
Your 2 new friends, what say you about this?
Well, you now have proof of that, don't you?
Magical items used to fight Sharlock were mentioned. Is that true?
Yeah,
You're bothered by.
they
Do
were.
they have anything to do with the blood?
What do
I-
you know of the Blood Moon Child?
And then I
What
look
do you
over.
know?
I
And then I-
very sharply elbow to
lean
your
over.
rib cage.
I-
You
what-
be silent. No.
What?
You
I
do not
lean
know what you're
over.
talking about.
Lean over, and I'm like, I mean, if there's things that can be used to fight Sharlock, we need.
He is not the one to ask.
I literally, I grab hold of his ear with all of my might and I say, you will sit your ass down and you will be quiet or I will murder you where you stand.
I see. Never mind.
Dahlia Willoughby, what say you?
I would agree with. I agree with Kai that protecting the city is important. I mean, better to not be ignorantly dismissive.
Why raise an army in the first place? What better than to have something to protect the city and never need to use it?
Curious. You all you bring such stories into these rooms.
What stories? Look
Hesperia-
at this head!
Hesperia
This
looks
exists.
down.
This is real.
Mikage. And exactly why do you keep pressing them about this matter? I merely think that they speak lies, Hesperia.
But what reason would we have to lie to any of you when any given one of you could strike us down at any moment if we displease you?
Not to
Our
mention
lives.
our time, if there were no threat, would be a hell of a lot better spent just making some money. We're not making money by requesting you guys protect your city. That's not something that benefits an individual. That's something
Trolley,
that's
roll a d20
for
for
the
me, please.
greater good.
Ooh, do I get to do something?
I think he's the wrong guy
They-
to
you
go on
can
another
do
date.
anything you want. Just speak up.
16.
Huh?
16.
We don't have scripts. We're just speaking as we see fit in character. You
Hey,
are more than welcome to
Draxus.
do the
Draxus
same.
is the only person who is not deemed fit to speak right now.
I am not at
Trolia,
a tavern
you
right
sense-
now.
you sense that there is an energy that is coming from one particular being and is tethered to the pay rooms.
What do you mean?
You see an aura that is around the Mikage. And you
Okay.
see that off of his aura, you see 10 splits of it focusing. You can see that there are 10 aura strands that are going to the pay rooms.
I could be at a local tavern right now,
going.
enjoying some wonderful mead, but instead, I stand here before this fine court, requesting with my friends that you protect this city. You've all seen me. I shovel food down my throat like there's no tomorrow. That's the best
I
thing in
glance
the
at
world for
Tralia.
me.
Tralia, what are you doing?
You seem
Are you
distracted.
okay?
I think
But I'm
Mathai
here.
is controlling everybody.
Speak up. You might want to say it. You might
Oh.
want to let them know. Hearing it from me isn't going to do anything.
Well, if I tell them, he's just going to deny it.
Better to
That's
alert them than let
fine.
it continue.
Alert them.
I
It might break
kind
it.
of like stand up a little bit taller, and I'm like, "Hey, Mikage."
Yes, child.
Hey, McConaughey.
So, what you doing there, bud?
What exactly do you mean?
Well, I can kind of see things other people don't. He's playing puppets with everyone.
Make a charisma check.
Are
Dear.
His face.
let me
you
see what
walking the
kind of
dog?
credence I lend to this.
I have a 13 plus 2.
My
I see.
Are you trying to influence the council?
I take a minute to
Are you
compose
trying to
myself.
control the council?
What are you talking about?
I can't tell if you're trying to control them because you think you're too weak to do it on your own. Or
You see the Mikage's, he's trying to keep his composure, but you see his fists on his left-hand side start to ball up a bit.
Did she strike a nerve
I-
with you?
I do nudge Tralia a little bit and I say, "You're going in the right direction."
Keep it up.
You get an extra d6 on your next charisma roll. Because you're
Bardic
gonna have to make
inspiration.
another one. Yep.
so tell me, what can all these puppets of yours do that you can't?
What is she talking about? I don't know. I don't feel like I'm being controlled in any way.
How did you
They
know that?
seem fine.
Niv Mizzet, do you detect anyone
Tralia,
trying to
how did you
influence you?
see that?
Great.
I don't understand what you all are talking about.
Great. Then to prove your point, would you mind leaving?
Cogs are turned by belts.
Roll
Belts
another
turned
charisma
by
check.
another cog.
Right.
And apply a d6 extra to it.
Why would you? He's
Niv
too afraid
Mizzet-
to overstep his bounds because he knows you can stop him.
So
Niv
it's a
Mizzet-
10
He's too weak to withstand all of you.
+2
plus 2.
He
plus
doesn't have the
D6.
power to let this happen on his own. He needs all of you to be on his side. All of you were for what we were saying a moment ago until he spoke, until he started sowing doubt, because he thinks that he can't do this on his own.
+5, so that's a total of 17.
And
As
what are you
long as-
wanting to say at this point, Tralia? With your
Oh,
that 17 charisma?
I'm asking him, I'm telling the other Payrunes that to test my theory that he has to leave the room.
Who are you wanting to try to leave the room?
The Mikage.
I would wager the Sphinx would be
Jesus
very
fucking
likely to know if
Christ.
someone's trying to influence her emotions.
You see the Payroon say, "Fine, we will indulge the Fearbolg's theory to try and test it. Mikage, please leave the courtroom. I think that this is a topic that we should save for later.
If
Let
you're
us
doing
now-
nothing, then why are you protesting? It's a simple
I
measure.
merely think that this is a waste of time."
Your consistent dismissal of us since we first got here has always been highly suspicious.
You feel Draxus, roll a d20, please.
Oh no. Why did you have to open your damn mouth? I told
Everybody
you I'd murder
else is. I'm just
No,
joining the
I would say
party.
that he's doing. the
Actually,
right
I want
thing with that.
everybody to roll a d20 for me, please.
Yeah, we've all been spewing some shit.
Yeah, we're all talking shit, man.
A 19 on dice.
He's
I got
a
going off
11.
screen. Why do
I
you
got a
keep going off
13. What is
screen?
this a check for?
I also want you to roll it against your constitution.
Ooh.
Okay, well,
Well,
I rolled an 11 plus charisma. That's 13.
14 for
Not
constitution.
charisma, your
Constitution.
constitution.
Oh.
That's 21
plus
for me.
3. So that'll be 17 for me.
11.
You all are starting to feel a burning, searing pain.
What
That
kind
is
of
shooting
court
through.
is this that I'm in pain for?
And you
What is
see
burning?
the Mikage's fingers slowly waving over the balcony.
You see
And
this?
then you hear a
He
voice
is trying
in your
to
head.
silence us.
You hear a voice in your head.
If you want to live, then I suggest you silence yourselves.
Death is preferred to what you offer.
Yeah, I'm with
20 on
With Kai on
dice.
that.
He's trying to threaten us. Somebody stop him.
He is burning us.
You hear a pounding of a staff behind you all. The court silences as you see a blue, like void-like energy that kind of comes in, and you see a robed individual with very insectoid limbs as he stands tall. And you see he has no face but holes where his face should be.
Oh,
And
it's him.
you see that his staff has crystals on it, and you see what appear to be tentacles that are moving across his staff, and they're almost ghost-like, as he says,
Fine. I'll interrupt the court.
Oh no.
I
What was
have
that name I said
something to
earlier? Who
say.
starts with a K?
Halbrash.
Kelbrash.
Oh dear.
That's him. That's the man
That's-
from my vision. This is Kelbrash.
If I
Uh.
may address the court.
He is here to awaken the Etherean warriors, Etherean hunters.
Hunters.
If I may, Mikage.
Calibra, how are you?
You know him.
I see.
Very good work you've done here. However, I think that our little game has come to an end.
The Payrunes all start looking at each other like,
What is he talking about? Who is this? Who let him in here?
Think
as
about
he
it. The
slams
Mikage
his...
is the only one old enough to have been around the last time he was here. He is trying to release Sherlock. He is conspiring against you.
The Mikage says, you all want the truth? Sherlock
We only
has
want to protect
returned,
life.
and you all are.
You all are going to die. I will find you five, and I will tear your hearts out of your bodies. I will find your loved ones, and I will make them suffer.
And you see the
have both of
Mikage
them.
as
The
he...
mask falls.
You see a purple energy come right in his hand as he jumps into the air. You see bat wings come out, and he goes to one of the council members, and he puts this ball of purple energy onto this council member.
Have fun with that, you idiots.
As he goes over toward Calibrash, you see him say, you should have done this much earlier. As he slams the pole arm on the ground, you see his tentacles come off of his staff and go into the ground, and you see the ground start to... I need everybody to roll a d20 of a dexterity check to move out of the way.
Boy.
17 dice, that's 21.
I'm at 22.
Damn it.
18,
19.
17 plus dexterity,
16.
17 plus dex, yeah.
so 19.
You all see the council member, not the pay rooms, one of the council members, one of the judges. You see him start transforming into something. You see him, what is going on? And you see his entire body start getting covered in rocks as he is getting too large to be held into the place that he is. And you see his body is twisting and contorting. And then you see the tendrils that have gone into the ground pull something up as you all dodge out of the way of all of the rubble that starts coming up. And you see a tank that has something in it that's frosted over.
We've gotten what we've come for.
The
Come,
Ethereum.
Nikage.
Someone stop them!
There's nothing that we can do about this. We can't move. You see all the pay runes, because nobody checked this. You see that the tendrils that are coming off of his staff, you see that they are holding on to the pay runes.
Your pay runes! What the hell is wrong with you? Are you not more powerful than one stupid insectoid?
Niv Mizzet, surely you're not trapped.
I don't know. I'll try.
As he tries to... He tries to move his arm, and half of his body starts phasing and plane walking, and then you see him pull right back out.
Surely he's not powerful enough to stop an angel.
Can I
at
use
least.
Mold Earth on Niv Mizzet?
What are you wanting to do?
Well, he's covered in earth, right?
Or at least
No, he's
contain the
in-
jar.
He's in the building right now.
Oh, who's
He's-
covered? Who's covered in
Oh,
rock?
that was a transformation thing.
That
Yeah,
is
that-
one of the council members that is falling to the ground, and you all see him getting much bigger.
He's probably going to attack us soon. He's also a distraction to make sure we don't stop them from taking that capsule, which contains the Etherean Hunter.
Which we
So-
need to make sure they don't leave with.
We need
How far
to
is
divide and conquer here.
How far is the
I
The capsule, I think she said. How far is
Can the
that?
How far is the capsule from you guys?
where we're standing? Yes.
I would say probably 28 feet.
Okay, who's the fastest runner in our group?
Yo,
that would be Kai.
go.
Okay, so I lean over to Kai. I'm like, "Hey, you trust me?
Trust?
Do you trust
Sure,
me?"
I've seen what you can do.
Okay, so I touch Kai and I give him spider climb. What that means is you can do anything in the air that you can do on ground, so you can run towards it.
Holy shit! Naruto, bitches!
Go! Go get the guy.
You all see Kai levitate in the air.
Yeah,
What do you do?
I'm going to beeline for the capsule to take it away from them.
So as you are going over toward the capsule, you latch onto it, and it is ice cold to the touch, to where it is almost burning your skin. But you see that these ghostly tentacles are wrapped around it as well, and it's starting to move and take you with it.
Someone throw me at Kai. I'm gonna help him.
I then book as fast as I can to get in front of the tank and cast Thunder Wave to push it back into the room.
And since I can react in air as I would on the ground, that means I can brace and pull against the thing pulling. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
All right,
Okay.
since I'm casting
Draxus,
Thunder Wave on
throw
something
me.
that can't actively, move
Draxus,
on its own.
cut the tentacles.
I mean, it's a. Do I do that on my? Is it my turn? I'm a little.
We haven't rolled
This is
initiative.
not-
This
this is
is
not
just an action
combat.
scene.
Oh, okay. Yes.
This
cut.
is not combat. The combat has not been initiated.
Okay. Cut.
As you try to cut one of the tendrils, you see that your entire blade and arm goes through it.
Damn, I was hoping the magic knife would have more power than that.
You
I
all have not
mean-
awakened any of those things yet, so no.
Ah,
I mean, I did hopefully jar
So
it
you're
back
doing-
a few feet.
You're doing the thunder wave on the tank.
On the tank, yes, but I hope
the
that
tank
doesn't...
me or the tank capsule?
The capsule!
As you hit the tank with your thunder wave, you see Moxie's entire fist just glow with the electric energy, and as you hit it, the shockwave goes through it, and then you hear boom, boom,
No.
boom, boom,
Not good.
boom, boom, from inside the tank.
I want
Draxus,
the hunter.
You then see a large eyeball in the tank start looking directly over at you all, and it
Stab
starts
it.
glowing red.
stab it. Stab it now.
Stab. Stab with magic special dagger.
As you
Focus
stab
and
into the
stab.
tank shatters.
This
Did you at
And
least get it in the eye?
I
you
really
see-
hope so.
Yeah,
the
so
dagger is
nonchalantly.
in the eye, but what is out of the tank now, you see a stark crimson and blue panther-like figure with a huge long tail that has a massive eye at the end of it that comes out. And the eye, where it is, you see the blade. The creature reaches up and takes the blade out and throws it back down.
I don't suppose it's wanting to be friendly to us as the releasers.
20 on a diplomacy. Why I'm doing this, I don't know.
You then see the Mikage say, "Should we just leave the hunter to have its feast?"
No, Sherlock wanted it. I did not think that it would be this easy to awaken it. They did it for us.
Ah, shit.
Are you willing to be slave to a dragon?
The hunter just looks, and you see its eyes start glowing. And I'm going to leave us here for right now because you all are about to roll initiative.
And it's midnight.
All right.
Well, thank you everyone for watching. This has been a very action-packed evening.
Yeah.
I think I've had
And we're
palpitations
going into
all night.
combat on Thursday. So, tune in.
Pray for us.
8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be here.
Electric attack wasn't the best idea.
Yeah, that will
I
get...
wasn't intending for it to actually manage to go through everything. I was expecting it to just move the tank.
You didn't expect to be a defibrillator?
Yeah.
Good night,
Uh-huh.
everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye!
Have a great night. We'll see you on Thursday.